Deputy Speaker.
As we resume, I recognize the member for San Fernando West. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a pity that the member for Pointe-a-Pierre is not here yet, as he threw some barbs, made some threats, and asked for some answers. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to join this debate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are here in a specific context. We are, under the Constitution, engaged in a supplementation of appropriation and a variation of appropriation. Therefore, we are treating specifically with that which was approved in October 2022. And what the Minister of Finance has done, followed by my colleague, the Minister of Energy, they have put onto the record the material which we ought to consider, and we are here effectively to report on what has happened up to what we call mid-year, what is to come towards the close of the financial year. We ought, as ministers of government, to be giving an account of the management of the money up to this point, and therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that's the substance of what we must do before us today. What we're asked to do as well is to respond to points in this debate. And the member for Pointe-a-Pierre specifically brought forward certain allegations and asked for certain answers. So permit me to start, Mr. Deputy Speaker, by addressing some of the issues raised by the member for Pointe-a-Pierre. Pointe-a-Pierre effectively dealt with three simple heads. One, he sought to raise issues in relation to the contribution coming from the Minister of Energy. Two, he sought certain answers and made certain allegations which fell at the feet of the Minister of Finance. And three, he asked for some specific issues from me as the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, insofar as there is a variation of the 2022-2023 budget with respect to the secondary road company in its movement to the Ministry of Works and Transport. Specifically, the member for Pointe-a-Pierre said, and I wish to refute now, the allegation put by him, as it was said by him, is that the Minister of Energy has for 6 years, 2 years of which he's been the Minister of Energy, failed to show more gas for Trinidad and Tobago. And permit me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to remind the country through you that the improvement of our fortunes in terms of the discovery, the exploitation, and the generation of wealth from oil and gas is a process which is not, as Pointe-a-Pierre has it, turning on a tap and seeing things instantly. It is a process which has been built on a very strong platform of understanding what you're doing. Now, I don't blame Pointe-a-Pierre. After all, the opposition is led by a member, the member for Siparia, who had not attended a single one of the subcommittee meetings on the energy sector and failed to lead in the exploitation of oil and gas. So let me just make a few observations in respect of where gas is and remind that the first and most important answer to that is what was our take in relation to the oil and gas arena, and our take, as you will recall, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on gas and oil and gas equivalency. We came to the population in a spotlight on the energy sector and revealed to the country that Trinidad and Tobago was taking home 53 cents out of every 100 US dollars. That was our net take. And it is the Honorable Prime Minister, then Minister of Energy Franklin Kahn, now Minister of Energy the Honorable Stuart Young, that specifically went and renegotiated, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the effective take on oil and gas. Where there were no legal or contractual benefits that we could claim, it was by way of negotiation at the boardroom level in the international oil and gas arena that our Prime Minister was able to bring home revenue to the tune of billions of dollars to improve our net take. And therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not only was there an improvement on the net take of our oil and gas earnings, which come to the benefit of people, remembering, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that in the appropriation for this year, $21 billion of what was approved as $48 billion is directly into transfers and subsidies. So we take $21 billion of the $48 billion that was approved at October last year. 21 billion of that goes directly to paying for transfers and subsidies, pensions, gas, subsidies, cooking gas, which has gone from $300 million now to $450 odd million. These come there. So therefore, improving our net take, as the Minister of Energy has reported, is something that cannot be trivialized. The second point inside of that is that it would be lost upon the world to not recognize that the exploration and the deep water exploration and the harmonization of those blocks which have gone out were very important in the market when it was happening. So it would be a trivialization, as presented by Pointe-a-Pierre, to say, where's the gas? Particularly when it was that member for Pointe-a-Pierre that led the charge, ably assisted by the member for Naparima and the member for Siparia, in ensuring that Trinidad and Tobago was viewed in a terrible light in seeking to bring onshore gas from the Dragon field in Venezuelan waters. And very importantly, it is a gross trivialization, a misrepresentation of the worst order for the member for Pointe-a-Pierre, who is the shadow Minister of Energy, as he puts it, to fail to recognize that the Manatee deal, which was secured by this government, carving out first gas from Laura and Manatee, such that first gas comes through Manatee, Trinidad and Tobago's portion and share of that unitized agreement, it would be ridiculous to not recognize that the Manatee first gas to be produced by Shell upon a sale by Chevron to Shell is not a realistic performance factor for the security and future of every person in this country, led by the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley. It is important to answer Pointe-a-Pierre by saying that it is the moving from possible to probable to proven reserves, getting to unitization agreements, getting to exploitation and exploration agreements, renegotiating the upstream and downstream sectors in energy so that we have a greater take on the net wealth, both on the LNG side and on the gas aggregation side at NGC. It is wrong for Pointe-a-Pierre to have made the ridiculous submissions he made. I turn to the point raised by the member for Pointe-a-Pierre on CGCL. And the honourable member sought to say that the CGCL or Mitsubishi plant was something that should not be a feather in the cap of the government, and in particular of my colleague, the Minister of Energy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to remind that the CGCL fiasco is in red ink on the inside folder of the file that dealt with CGCL, which had to come from my opinion as Attorney General, and the Solicitor General had underwritten the fact that the instruction by Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisessa's government that we had to enter into the Mitsubishi deal would result in the collapse of Trinidad and Tobago's industrial sector at Point Lisa. Let me repeat that. The Solicitor General, that department, put in red ink in the file the refusal for the Attorney General, Gavin Nicholas, to give the positive vetting of the Mitsubishi deal. And it was under this government and this Prime Minister that Minister Young had to travel to Japan to be there for 1 day and travel all the way back to ensure that we renegotiated the CGCL deal, which effectively kept Point Lisas alive. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the member of Pointe-a-Pierre, don't play fast and foolish with facts when it is entirely wrong for the honourable member to forget what jeopardy the country was exposed to. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me...
Member for St. Augustine?
Yeah, I was looking for the standing order. I was
Okay, well, find it and then you'll
well, you asked, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, all right, well, no, well, okay, after you find it then.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Well, I think, Mr. Deputy Speaker,
Mr. Deputy, is there a standing order?
Standing Order 48-4, that was what my colleague from St. Augustine were referring to.
Thank you. Proceed.
Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, prattling aside, coming from exhortations opposite, let's get on to the questions that Pointe-a-Pierre asked. So the submissions in relation to the Minister of Energy are based in fiction, fabrication, and intellectual foolishness. That's the simple position. The intellectual backing is not there. With respect to the Minister of Finance, I'd just like to simply say, in calling upon the statements coming from an eminent source, according to the member for Pointe-a-Pierre of Dr. Roger Hussein, I'd just like to say that Dr. Hussein is perfectly entitled to his opinion, but most respectfully, when I looked at the source reference that the honourable member pointed us to, Dr. Hussein's submission, I'd like to put on the record, is devoid of merit, and it is devoid of merit because it is not based upon facts. Simply put, you can have an opinion, but it must be demonstrated to stand upon the basis of facts. And the facts are quite simple. If you look to the source data that Pointe-a-Pierre pointed us to, I'd like you to note that Dr. Hussein was unimpressed and dissatisfied, according to the report that the member referred us to, in the IMF statement. I don't know since when the IMF is viewed to be a flowery entity that gives you great news, but it is no small feat for the IMF to have given a positive review and indication of the Minister of Finance's conduct and management of our economy. And I'd just like to say, when you look to the actual data, Dr. Hussein would be well pointed to the fact that the data demonstrates that our economy did not decrease by 4%. It, in fact, increased by 3%. And that's all I need to say in relation to that. Dr. Hussein is not here. I am addressing Pointe-a-Pierre's submissions because he seems to have misrepresented those submissions. Let's get to Head 42, which features in this standing finance position. Head 42 is the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. Head 42, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is something which featured back in October in our budget presentation. We were given a particular allocation. Today we seek to have a supplementation of that allocation. The Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government is comprised of 14 statutory bodies. That is the municipal corporations, all 14 of them. It is also comprised of the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. That makes it 15. It has the Rural Development Company, which is the state enterprise that carries out works on behalf of the corporations and head office. That is 16. It also has the CPEP company, which deals with massive employment issues of some 9,000 workers alone. And if you look to the Municipal Corporations Act and you carve out the municipal police, you're looking at effectively 18 entities. When you looked at the fact that the Secondary Roads Company was the entity at number 19, and Pointe-a-Pierre called for an explanation of the move of Secondary Road Company across the Ministry of Works and Transport, let me simply put it this way. The Secondary Road Company is a company responsible for the management of what rural development and Ministry of Agriculture together have in comprising almost 81% of the road network. It was only after the setup of that company and the transfer of Lake Asphalt from the Ministry of Energy to the Ministry of Works and Transport, and after we had scoped works inside of the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, that the recommendation then went to the Honorable Prime Minister, which he accepted, that we seek to achieve economies of scale by marrying what Pure can do together with the Secondary Roads Company and allow the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government to submit its list of works to both entities. But that has only happened as a result of Ministry of Works now being in control of the asphalt, which is required to conduct a large part of the works. The other area that is being harmonized as we speak is the aggregate material. And that temporarily is a blend between the Ministry of Energy, the TTPS, and OSHA for blasting permits, the Commissioner of State Lands to ensure that the lands to have exploitation of minerals and materials to induct crush run, boulders, etc. for our highways. And therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, all that I can tell you, as my data will demonstrate in a short while, is that we have achieved the work to be done. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to say to the population that at the October budget, we were given the largest developmental program in recent history for the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. In fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, out of the $2 billion for development programs across every ministry in this year's budget, we received, Mr. Deputy Speaker, close to $400 million in developmental program. That represents almost 70% of what the cost of fuel increase represented for people. People had to pay $550 million more at the pump. We were given, from that gas at the pump uplift, from the injection of taxpaying dollars, $372 million to spend for the benefit of people. Our developmental program at the October figure was $244.5 million more than last year. Our recurrent expenditure was $127.7 million in increase from the year before. So that total of nearly $400 million represented the largest allocation to local government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you look at that, what I can say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, last year we were forced to give back approximately $60 million to the Treasury. $5.5 million of that money came from the lack of expenditure. And what we had to do, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was to ensure that the burn rate or the amount of money that we spent in the ministry was critical. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are in the middle of local government reform. That local government reform is reflective of work which now appears in this motion. In the local government reform, we have digitized significant portions of the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government and the corporations. We have hired a significant number of persons to work in all of the 18 areas that we are involved in, and I'll give you an account shortly. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have done a significant and important reform of our projects and planning. In other words, then, the manner in which we spend the $400 million had to be managed so we didn't find that we were not spending money in the financial year and giving it back to head office. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can tell you all of our PSIP monies that were given to us, the Public Sector Investment Program, all of our development program monies, and in fact, all of our IDF monies. There are 3 sources of revenue that we have at the Ministry of Local Government. All of them have been committed for expenditure as at mid-year. Now, I want to remind in answer to the member for Pointe-a-Pierre's allegation that the Minister of Finance under-budgeted. No such thing, sir. Clearly, the member for Pointe-a-Pierre was absent all of last year. The Minister of Finance specifically told this country, and I did for my part at local government, we informed that we were doing a mid-year review and that we would seek supplementation or variation at mid-year, and this is exactly what we are doing today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can give you the figures. We are effectively, by this motion, doing the following. I want to focus on the 14 corporations. Remember, as we move to give money to the corporations to spend, as we are right now operating under a new public procurement regime, we are allowing these bodies to procure their own works. And we always knew that we were going to do this. And right now I can tell you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that in the local government municipal corporations, all 14 of them, what we have done at Port of Spain, and I'm going to give you the percentage increase of this year's figures as we amend today by this motion, versus last year. We increased the Port of Spain spend by 234%. And today, we ask for approximately $43 to $45 million. Why? Because we made a commitment to the amalgamated workers' representation for its workers via the CPO and via the agreement signed to pay $45 million in back pay, and we are doing that in the month of May 2023. The only people opposed to that are the people opposite us in the Parliament here today. In the San Fernando City Corporation, with the supplementation that we're getting today, we are taking San Fernando's allocation. In 2021, it was $13.9 million. With today's supplementation, we're going to $76 odd million. That's a 234%, sorry, that's Port of Spain City Corporation. San Fernando, we're taking it from $11 million to $39.8 million, being a 129% increase. Arima is moving from $7 million in 2021 to $30 million. We are moving Point Fortin Borough from $9.46 million to $29.55 million. We're moving Chaguanas from $8.5 million in 2021 to $27.6 million. We're moving the Diego Martin Regional Corporation from $9.127 million to $25.813 million. We are moving Sawa Lavantil Regional Corporation from $8.9 million to $41 million. The Tunapuna Piarco Regional Corporation is moving from $10.2 million in 2021 to $45.743 million. The Sangre Grande Regional Corporation is moving from $9.5 million to $32.2 million. The Cuva Tabaqui Talparo is moving from $11.3 million to $32.5 million. The Mayaro Rio Claro Regional Corporation is moving from $7.9 million to $24.2 million. The Siparia Regional Corporation is moving from $10.9 million to $43.98 million. The Pinal Debe Regional Corporation is moving from $9.3 million to $26.286 million. The Princestown Regional Corporation from $10.7 million in 2021, now, by this motion, to $26.254 million. Mr. Deputy Speaker, going from the Port of Spain Corporation down to Princestown, let me give you the overall percentage increases. 21, the financial year 2021-2022 to this financial year as we amend today, the percentages are this. The increase comparatively, 129%, 234%, 129%, 109%, 105%, 112%, 110%, 132%, 162%, 1,190, 110%, forgive me, 117%, 114%, 114%, 117%, 114%. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what we are able to show is that we have taken the vast amount of money that was improved at the October budget cycle, and we have now added to it. And what are we adding to it, Mr. Deputy Speaker? We've added to it because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have committed to spend the money already. The instruction given to local government bodies was, do your very best to spend all of your allocations by mid-year so that we could go to the Minister of Finance and ask for more money. I referred to it in October as improving the burn rate. I gave the analysis or the example of a stick of dynamite, the dynamite of explosion of money with a shorter fuse. In other words, then, we needed to make sure we were spending efficiently. We have, as a government, turned on the public procurement law. There will be complications in respect of that, but it is on. And why? Because it ties in with local government reform, where we are giving full-time councils with the capacity to hire their own people, with the capacity to engage in disciplinary action, with the capacity to manage more money. We are giving them the autonomy to procure as well. There's serious consequences, criminal and civil liability for poor and illegal procurement, breaches of the law. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this motion results in hundreds of percentages of points in improved revenue for local government. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me tell you what we did with that money and where we stand today. And let me immediately deal with some very easy stats. At October, I informed that we were on an aggressive drive to fill the 1,500 municipal police. Crime and security is a serious issue for us. We have done two things on municipal police. Number one, we're in the course of completing their digitisation. The population will soon be able to know where the municipal police are via head office, via command centers. We've built apps, phone apps, that will be able to tell you, built by local government, for local government, in-house, in our digitization vote, how many minutes out every squad car is, how far they are, where they are. For our daily rated workers, the apps which we've developed and are in testing right now, we'll be able to know where our 18,000 people that cut grass are, 9,000 in CPEP, 9,000 in local government. Where value for money happens by way of reporting requirements through road and safety officers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't know what Chaguanas East is riling on about, but the people of this country want to know what we are doing with the money. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me tell you specifically where we stand with the work that we're doing now on money. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me tell you where we stand as at mid-year and where we're going to. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have called for all submissions coming from local government. So far, we have received actual values of works to be performed. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have also calculated how we're going to spend those. I'm able to report as follows now. In terms of works that are physically on the track, let me report that local government, the ministry itself, in terms of our restoration of local roads, restoration of local drains, restoration of landslips, we have already tendered, as at mid-year, $6,007,258. We have also completed the tendering, the project estimation, in other words, then works that are at the cusp of the door, for 103,947,691, comprising 49 specific projects. We are at the same head for development of RDC projects. We are already completed the full mapping and right now at the tender for a further $141,352,798. The total sum, therefore, as at mid-year, at the gun, as we call it, is $251,307,000, $747.99. And in total, we have approximately 128 projects across Trinidad and Tobago.
Honourable Member, your initial speaking time has elapsed. You have an additional 15.
Should it please you, Mr. Deputy Speaker?
Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in that regard, I'm able to report now. The stack of letters that I received from Michelle Benj, the Honourable Member for Moruga Tableland, the stack of correspondence I received from the member for St. Joseph, that from the member for Tabaquite, that from the member for Princestown. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you go and ask people in all honesty whether the roads are 6 months later any better than they were 6 months ago, and the answer is yes. The answer is yes. I'm hearing my good colleague for Couva South expressing surprise when he drives over Carolina Bridge, a bridge that we both stood on together, at least to ensure that it was passable. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the position that I'm saying here is reflective of the fact that work is ongoing. What we're saying here now, the performance of work, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has a process attached to it. And I can report at mid-year now that because we re-engineered the process at projects and planning, that we no longer have a 10-month delay on the approval of projects. Add that to public procurement procedures, the new law, you're talking about a faster burn rate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like honourable members to know that in calling for data, we have already calculated that the call for works will require us to have a further $162 million in expenditure. Because a lot of people are saying, look, how do we get the rest of the works done? Do you have the money to do the rest of the works? And the answer is yes. Under the IDF, we have the specific ability to have financing for works and for projects. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, by adding to that now, the fact that we have achieved something that in 22 years could not be achieved, and I'm talking now about the vesting of roads, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I can tell you that of the 14 corporations, I have settled 10 of them at 100% for the new vesting orders. 2 of them are at 85%, and 2 more are at 75%. And in this financial year, we will be able to come to the Parliament to do the full vesting of all of orphan roads, roads that are not serviced, so that before the quadrennial term of local government is expired, which pursuant to the High Court and Court of Appeal ruling, the expiry date is the 1st of December 2023. Before that happens, and before we proclaim further aspects of the 9 laws that is called the local government package, we will at least have the vesting. The vesting allows us to have locus or position to fix that which is being asked for. Because very often we get what are called private roads or roads that are not vested in corporations, and we can't spend the money there. That is why we send the list and roads to the secondary road company and to Pure, and that is why they have already scoped hundreds of projects for execution, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the process of local government reform is built on the back of plant and machinery, people, processes, and the law. We expect this year to be able to turn on the property tax, and in this year, moving 2 calendar years, two financial years, but this calendar year, local government will be able to finally put revenue that comes from properties, residential properties, based upon a formula and allocation arrangement with the Ministry of Finance, into their coffers so that full-time councillors and full-time aldermen serving in capacities in new structures can actually work. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in our municipal police, we gave a target of hiring 700 municipal police. I'm pleased to tell you that 516 people have been shortlisted, interviews are being conducted, and we expect to train them in batches of 200s. So we're making great progress on that. I'm pleased to tell you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that 165 litter wardens were called into operation to work, 154 assumed. I'm pleased to tell you that 140 people in the change management for local government, that we have just hit 97 people in employment there. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to tell you that with embedded people at the corporations, 10 per corporation.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 48.1. Whilst I am listening very attentively to the Minister of Local Government, I fail to see the relevance in the context of the report that we are debating here today.
I'll connect it quickly. Yeah, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I welcome my chamber back from his sleep. Hope he had a good nap. The fact is, the money that we're asking for in the hundreds of percentage in recurrent comes to pay the salaries for these people that we're talking about. How do you pay 551 plus municipal police? How do you pay 140 change agents? How do you pay 164 litter wardens, Mr. Deputy Speaker? It's right here in the figures before us. And Mr. Deputy Speaker,
Every time you say full on the-
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the critical analysis of where we are in terms of value for money, the member for Pointe-a-Pierre remembered that in the AG's office, I consistently spoke about value for money, how we had spent money. I'm able, and I am reporting now with actual dollars and cents and percentage factors in the value for money for local government. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what does this mean? It means that local economic development becomes a critical factor. And permit me to put on record, as I ask you just quickly, what time is full time, Mr. Deputy Speaker?
7:07.
Great, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd just like to say that of these 140 change agents, 10 in each corporation, to carry out the municipal corporation reform package, the offices include local economic development officer, the local economic development assistant, a network specialist, security specialist, web application specialist, a procurement assistant, legal assistant. We have the human resource support assistant, project assistant, the policy and planning assistant. These agents are carrying out the digital transformation. You see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we intend this year to be well on our way to abandoning paper. Paper is subject to sabotage. Paper is subject to slow transmission. And what we have developed in the ministry is a red light, yellow light, green light performance. Red means it's not moving. Yellow means it's waiting on an input. And green means it's being performed. Not only, therefore, are we into over 1,000 jobs, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in actual onboarding of staff and people. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we're talking about 128 projects worth $250 million, we're talking about local economic spend and factor stimulating the economy. And therefore, I account today for the value for money submissions that the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government will bring to the table. And we are bringing to the table with quantitative data. What does this mean for people? It means better resources, on time with accountability. And very shortly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we will be launching publicly our local app. It's called LOCAL. It's an app to be downloaded from Google Store and from the iPhone App Store, where all reports to local government can be made online with geopin location, with photographs, and you'll be able to access exactly where the works are. This is actually in the hands of several of our agents that are doing the beta testing, meaning they're testing the app as we speak. It's live in the field as we speak. It is completed. It is going to be launched very shortly. So we are digitizing our work. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have a couple of minutes. Permit me to refer to one matter raised by the Leader of the Opposition, and which I must put on the record in answer to her submission. And this concerns the portfolio of the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs. I'm speaking specifically now about the Leader of the Opposition's call for an explanation in relation to legal expenditure for the firm of White and Case and for Sequoia Law. The Leader of the Opposition put forward some $33 million in expenditure for the firm of White and Case and some $26 million for the firm of Sequoia Law. And I'm answering this now because the Honorable Attorney General has made it abundantly clear that he has recused from all of these matters. And the Leader of the Opposition, in seeking to make a scandal, asked about the expenditure of $50-odd million in the Piarco airport case. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the record, I'm speaking about proceedings in Miami, which are not in the courts of Trinidad and Tobago, and I'm answering the legal submissions and the inquiries made by the Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Deputy Speaker, how dare the Leader of the Opposition raise that flag when the Leader of the Opposition knows that notwithstanding the failure of her Attorney General, Anand Ramlogan, and Gavin Nicholas, successive AGs under the PP, to prosecute the Piarco airport matter, that we managed to win and secure a victory of over 1 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars against 3 defendants in March 29th of this year. The Florida 11th Court in the Miami Circuit Court found by a jury of 6 persons that an award should be made for $32 million with treble damages and with interest amounting to over $25 million. Trinidad and Tobago is coming into 1 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars. And what is the real scandal is that the Leader of the Opposition had the temerity to challenge the fact that Trinidad and Tobago spent on legal fees in pursuit of $1 billion. That is the example, 55 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars to recover 1 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars is what you call value for money. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is so because there was no attempt by this government to pass Section 34 to cancel legal proceedings. There was no attempt to hide the monies that Trinidad and Tobago received. Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the record, I am saying now that the Office of the Attorney General Anand Ramlogan, received millions of dollars in restitution in the Piarco case. And the Leader of the Opposition never once told this country that. Notwithstanding being the Prime Minister that proclaimed Section 34. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is incumbent upon me, in light of the recusal of the Honorable Attorney General, to put the facts on the record, because it took 8 years of my life in managing the Piarco airport matters in Miami to ensure that the people of Trinidad and Tobago secured a victory that was 22 years in the making, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Honorable Attorney General has been forthright in all of his dealings in these matters, and no attempt to drag his name, his good name, in the mud will suffice.
Member, you have less than 2 minutes.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would just simply like to say that this government can account for value for money. Whether it is spending $50 million in legal fees to earn $1 billion for the people in litigation, or whether it is taking $400 million and spending it in developmental programs with hundreds of projects, with thousands of jobs as we've done in local government, digitizing and bettering the lives of citizens. All that I'd say to the people of Trinidad is, have faith. Those who wish to create chaos and mayhem are going to be clear and loud in their submissions. But we need to look around our country and understand there are better days ahead of us. Ministry of Rural Development and local government will do its part. Our hundreds of municipal police are on the beat, and wait till you see what we're coming with more as we join the national security apparatus. As our workers go to work for the benefit of Trinidad and Tobago, I am proud to call myself a team member of local government. We say it in local government, hashtag I am LG. We are 30,000 strong across 18 entities, and we will do our part. I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the member for St. Augustine.
Mr. Chairman, my father raised me to believe in facts and not dreams. When I listened to the member opposite, it was as though we were being taken to Disneyland or some fantasy world where things are working so perfectly, where there will be apps to track. This was the Jetsons combined with Disney World. There will be an app to track every worker, and yet you can't pave a single road. I want an app to track potholes so that you could pave the roads that need paving in this country. You speak of a 10-month delay that you are trying to avoid with all your systems. Who is responsible for that 10-month delay when you have been in government for the past 8 years? You are either accepting blame on yourself or indicting the former minister. But in either case, the PNM is responsible for the incompetence that you describe. We are at the midterm. We are in May. The rainy season will begin soon. Water courses are yet to be cleared. Box drains are yet to be constructed. And you are here telling us analysis paralysis. You are here telling us of all these wonderful, dreamy things, and we are not seeing that reality in Trinidad and Tobago. So while it's wonderful to create a dream, and it's wonderful to have something to aspire to in a perfect world, the fact is that in the reality we live in, we have to report to the people of Trinidad and Tobago for our performance. And I think the minister failed to do that, or at least tried to wrap the dream and give the impression that that is what was being done. The minister criticized the chief whip's use of the term under-budgeting. But I want to say, under-budgeting by any other name is still under-budgeting. What it is, Mr. Speaker, is a misrepresentation of the true deficit that this country is in. It is the deliberate use of numbers to give a false sense of hope, to give a false sense of prosperity, to give a false sense of the skies are going to be blue, a false sense of comfort. And it hides the depth of the darkness that this government is taking Trinidad and Tobago to. It is a deception. So whatever name you want to call it, the fact is that it is misleading and it is deceptive. The minister spoke about a red light, yellow light, green light process. You know these buzzwords and things. This is not Instagram. We don't live on Instagram. We don't do the buzzwords and the hashtags and all that. It's all well and good. But it seems to me that this government is constantly at the red light. Full stop, no performance. But I am sure there's an election due this year, and I am sure in the next election, the light will change to yellow, and the UNC is the one who will have to get things going again in this country. I listened to the minister talk about municipal police and litter wardens and what's happening at regional corporations, you know. And, Madam, Mr. Chairman, if somebody attacks you with a knife, cuts you, and you see your blood, and then they come and offer you a Band-Aid and kiss up the boo-boo, is that kindness? This is the government who fired all the litter prevention wardens when they came in office. And now they're here to tell us that they are hiring litter prevention wardens. After you fired those people, after the regional corporations grappling with illegal dumping and grappling with the situation of representation in court, because our litter prevention wardens were trained to represent in the magistrate's court. These were not people just writing tickets. They were well trained because of the People's Partnership Program. And you are the one who dismantled it. And you are here now to tell us, here is a Band-Aid, let me kiss that boo-boo for you. That is deception. That is deception. The minister was rattling off numbers, and every time he called the number was a different number. When he listed the number of litter prevention wardens, after an interjection from a member of the opposition, he repeated it, and he called a totally different number. He did the same thing with the municipal police. So when he was describing litter prevention wardens, at one time he said 154, at another time he said 168. When he was speaking of the municipal police, at one time he said 700, then 541. I remember that this government, way back in 2015, and again in the lead up to the 2019 local government election, made a promise to have 100 municipal police officers at each regional corporation. That was a total of 1,400 municipal police officers. And today, so many years later, you are now telling us that you are close to 700 and something. I don't know which figure to believe, but I am certain that you are nowhere close to recruiting 1,400 municipal police officers, another broken promise. And even as the recruitment of police officers take place, the issue of housing those police officers, their accommodation, very few regional corporations have the space to house these officers comfortably and safely. The storage of their ammunition and so on also must be taken into account. So while the municipal corporations are tasked with meeting the new requirements of the legislative reform, the new Municipal Corporations Act and so on, they are still facing the same issues. So while we speak about digitizing, we still have markets where the chillers are not working. While we speak about digital transformation, we still have basic necessities in the regional corporations that have to be fixed, that have to be addressed. So it's great for us to create a dream, but we don't live on Instagram. And I always say pocket squares don't fix potholes. We have to deal with reality. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the minister spoke as well about an increase in funding for the regional corporations. I want to point out that this 5 and 10% increase that he described, his numbers were off, but I'm just giving him the benefit of the doubt for the purpose of this debate. The fact is that the allocation for regional corporations has consistently been depleted by this government. And now that it is a local government election year, they have given a tiny increase after years of decrease, and now they are coming for you to pat them on the back. Again, giving you a band-aid after they stab you in your back. So this description that the minister has given about additional funding also raises the issue about how you spend that additional money. And this is where the whole issue of public procurement and the disposal of public property comes into play. There was a full proclamation of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act, which took place on the 26th of April this year. So the Attorney General made the announcement, and I want to remind us that this act was assented to by the President in January of 2015. The procurement legislation, which brings accountability for taxpayers' dollars, was brought by a People's Partnership government led by Kamla Persad-Bissessar. The PNM made 3 amendments to this act, 2016 and 2020, and then it was proclaimed in 2023. I really thought that the time they were taking to proclaim the act meant that they were working on putting certain things in place, putting staff, putting accommodation, putting in all the requirements of the act before the act was proclaimed, so that when it is proclaimed, the state agencies that are required to will have their procurement units and their procurement regulators and so on. The chairman of the former chairman of the Procurement Regulation Board, Mr. Munilal Lalchan, his term ended in January of this year. That is an issue. But now within each regional corporation, where there is supposed to be an officer responsible for the financial business of the state, and to ensure that public funds entrusted in his care are properly safeguarded and applied for the purpose which it is approved by the Parliament, for example, in this mid-year Special Finance Committee, in the Budget Standing Finance Committee, these monies are approved by Parliament. And the Act, Section 62 of that Act, says that for the purpose of this act, a public body shall have a procurement officer who shall be responsible for public procurement and the disposal of public property for that body, and shall notify the Office of Procurement Regulator in writing of the name and designation of its procurement officer. Do you know that regional corporations do not have procurement officers? They do not have procurement units. They have not had training to prepare to meet the recommendations of the Act after so many years of this government delaying the proclamation of the procurement legislation. So again, while the ministry has on its website procurement guidelines, very nice, real nice and properly put together, but the reality is that they are not meeting the requirements. It is when the opposition raise these issues that the country knows about it. And it is our duty to hold this government accountable. It was in response to questions from the opposition that the Prime Minister indicated that the government had decided that they will designate the CEOs of the regional corporations to perform the duties of procurement officers. Mr. Chairman, in my humble view, this defeats the purpose of the accountability that a procurement unit, a procurement officer, and the Procurement Act is supposed to provide.
Honourable Member, I know I've given you some leeway, right? But I wanted to see exactly,
yes,
when you're going to tighten. And I think you're really going a little too much into the whole procurement system, right? So I'd like you to let's close off on that section, please.
That was actually my closing line on procurement. Thank you for your intervention, Mr. Chairman, because I know you too might have your concern. But the fact is that all the additional money given in this mid-year review has to conform to the law when it comes to spending and accountability. The minister also spoke about, he called out each regional corporation and he called the actual allocation, the revised estimates for 2022 and the estimates for 2023. He also spoke about the supplemental for 2023, which is what the Standing Finance Committee discussed last Wednesday. And the minister was just calling out numbers like all over the place. You know when you, when you go to those Disneyland and thing and you have the machine where they put you in a glass case and they just have money spraying out. I just feel like that was him in the glass case there, just trying to grab at things in the air and missing, totally missing. Because the figures were not what was reflected in the Ministry of Finance documents. So I don't know the source of the information that the minister is calling out there. But, just remind me again of this whole, where was he trying to take us? The fact is that when we look at the allocation over the last couple of years for each regional corporation, we have a supplemental to every regional corporation, an increase again by a small amount after years of decrease. But I have spoken before of the government's priority and how they decide how much money goes to which corporation. What is your priority? And until we look at the figures, we will realize that the government is not distributing monies equally and fairly to regional corporations. Do you know that Port of Spain Corporation is the highest funded municipal corporation? Granted that the Port of Spain is the capital city, and the municipal body there has a duty towards citizens and tourists as well. One of the smallest corporation in terms of population, in fact, the smallest in terms of population, Point Fortin Corporation is the second highest funding municipal body. While their population, Mr. Chairman, is very small, what happens is that in comparison to a corporation the size of Couva Tabakit, which is the lowest funded regional corporation, I want to tell you very quickly, the three highest funded regional corporations are Port of Spain Corporation, Point Fortin Corporation, and San Fernando Corporation. The three lowest funded are Penal Debe, Princestown, and Couva Tabakit Corporation. You tell me that you don't see the unfairness there? Penal Debe has been plagued with flooding and so many other issues. Princestown as well. Couva Tabakit Talpara, I have heard the member for Tabakit speaking about wooden bridges that are collapsing. And the minister comes here to tell me about an app. And up to now, he can't track all the wooden bridges in the country that are collapsing, even though we speak about it every day in Parliament. But you need an app. We, as your representatives, have been telling you there have been people burning tires on the news, landslips in Moruga, wooden bridges falling down in Couva, all over every regional corporation. But you need an app. What you need to do is apply yourself to the work. Apply yourself and come out on the ground and come and see the reality in the country, and then you will address this disproportionate funding that we are seeing under this corporation, under the regional corporations. Couva Tabakit Talparo is allocated approximately $1.60 per day per Burgess, while in Port of Spain, it's $20 a day. You tell me you don't see the unfairness there. But Mr. Chairman, while I continue to respond to this government's approach to
Members,
treating,
silence, please.
to treating with the regional corporations, I also remember that in December of 2019, the last local government election was held. In December of 2022, the next local government election was due. And this government postponed that local government election, an attack on democracy in Trinidad and Tobago.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are debating the report. Standing Order 48-1, please.
Yes.
Tighten to the point that you want to bring with regards to the variations and the supplementations here.
Certainly, that is my intention. I wish the member for St. Joseph would be as enthusiastic about things in his constituency.
Hold on. I have ruled tighten, and then I will determine the extent.
So, Mr. Speaker, the PNM unceremoniously postponed the elections for what they called additional time to implement local government reform. The Minister of Local Government, Rural Development and Local Government had recently moved from the Office of Attorney General, and he was fresh on the case. He sounded very enthusiastic. He spoke for quite some time at a press conference, and he said, well, when you boil it down, there were some key points. But he could have said what he said in that press conference in less time, but nonetheless, he spoke about a schedule of aggressive rollout for election reform, for local government reform. So he tried to justify the elections being postponed for local government reform. And everything that the minister today, in his contribution, reported to be done, claimed to have done, or said could have been done, everything could also have been done had an election been called on time. Postponing the election is immaterial to local government reform, and I maintain that. So an election is due at the end of this year. And
okay, I think your point has been made. I'd like you to move on, please, with regards to the elections.
Right. So, Mr. Chairman, my concern now is that there are a number of things which I'm going to go into now that constitute local government reform, things that were supposed to be implemented in this financial year. And my concern now is whether the government could again use that as an excuse to postpone, as was done from the years 2007 to 2010. The issue of...
Standing Order 48-1, the member again is going into elections about local government elections.
No.
Again, remember, again, I have ruled, and it's coming up again. So let's try not for me to have to come on my legs again with regards to that particular aspect, whether you're going to make a point on it or not. Let's move on. I think the point has been made clearly with regards to the local government elections and reform.
Right. The point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the failure of the minister to implement the things he said he would implement because in this additional year that he asked for local government. It is a failure of the minister that I am pointing out. Mr. Chairman, the issue of regional corporations being given additional tasks, where the minister indicated that if you look at the new law, you would notice the involvement of the maintenance of schools, and it means that you'll have to transfer some money from the Ministry of Education. Has that been done? The answer is no. Another broken promise. The minister spoke about property tax, and he gave the impression that with the implementation of the Act in this year, in this 1-year extension for local government, you would have seen regional corporations collecting residential property tax which could be used, of course, for numerous things within the regions. And you got the impression that in this midterm review, you would see some move towards making that into a reality. Has that been done? The answer is no. I just want for the record to say that the UNC maintains that now is not the time for property tax. Trinidad and Tobago is still recovering from two things, double trouble. We are still recovering from the effect of COVID on the economy, and we are still facing the bad management by the PNM on this economy. The minister had promised that executive councils will be made a reality in this extension period. I thought in this midterm review we would have seen some kind of allocation towards training of staff, setting up the structure, the administrative structure, providing the housing for these committees and these full-time councils. The truth is that that has not happened. No such thing has happened to begin that process. The minister had spoken about salaries for councillors being adjusted. He said, and I quote loosely, there are certain entities that have to feed back information for us. For instance, what is the salary of a councillor going to be? That's the CPU in conjunction with the Minister of Finance, etc. He spoke about consulting with unions to look at the workload of councillors, and he gave the impression that within this one-year extension, that things would be put in place so that when the election is due, and the election is called on the new date, which is supposed to be December of 2023, that thereafter all systems will be go. We are halfway through the postponement, and I must ask, has the minister had any consultations with the CPU, with the Minister of Finance? Has the ministers drafted any salary recommendations in accordance with the purpose for the postponement of this election, for the purpose of the one-year extension? That should have been done within this financial year. And this midterm is a good time to report. But the minister has failed in his duties, and therefore he cannot report on these promises. The minister had also spoken about a schedule of implementation. He spoke about during the course of the year that he would give an implementation package. And he used a lot of flowery descriptive language and so on, but nothing has happened. So I feel once again it's the dream weaver coming to cast dreams and build up hopes and then totally dashing them. The regional corporations have yet to receive this schedule of implementation, and we are halfway through the financial year. All of the dry season, most of the dry season is gone, and we still have talk and promises. And really and truly, you know, when we are out in local government, it's more about action, it's more about reality. And so, again, the minister failed to report on that, and that is something I would like to see happen before the next budget, because in the next financial year, this should be a reality if the government is on track with its mandate for implementing local government reform. It is no wonder then that the Secondary Road Special Purpose Company was moved from this ministry. In last budget of 2021, sorry, it was the midterm of 2021, we had a sudden announcement of this special purpose secondary road rehabilitation company. No mention was made of it in the budget of that year, and an allocation was given of $100 million. Thereafter, no money was spent, and in the budget of 2022, an additional $100 million was given to that company. Initially, when the first $100 million was assigned to that special purpose company, it was not even registered yet. So we are talking about midterm 2021 to present, where you have where you have this money being allocated, and to date, not a single road has been paved. Again, it brings into question not only the failure of the Minister of Local Government, it is the failure of the entire government. It is very clear to me, Mr. Chairman, that this $200 million in this special purpose company to deal with secondary roads is an attempt for the government to try to appease people in time for the local government election that is due. We have to ask ourselves if this is the use of taxpayers' dollars to campaign. Is this an abuse of office? Is this an abuse of taxpayers' dollars, where you will now have $200 million at your disposal after depriving the regional corporations of their allocation over the entire term? And now, because it is an election year, you are ready to campaign, you put $200,000 away in a special purpose company that you alone have control over. My question with this transfer from Head 42 to Head 43 from the Ministry of Local Government to the Ministry of Works. Every regional corporation had been asked to submit their a number of roads. Now, I don't know if they were all given this equal number. I don't know how equitable the minister is being, and I'm not going to try to accuse him of that today. But I have a serious concern. It is my understanding that MPs on the government bench have been able to submit roads to be considered by this special purpose company, but MPs on the opposition bench have not been given the opportunity. I, as a representative, I have written to the chairman of my region and to the minister, and I hope that they will be fair to all the areas represented by the opposition and the United National Congress. But you know what? Now that before this transfer took place, regional corporations were asked to submit in January all their roads. They were told that in February, everything will be put together and the procurement procedure will begin. They would go out for tender and so on. In less than about a month after that, we had the announcement of the transfer. The question now is, what is the status of that whole procurement, that submission and procurement? And is it that we have to start back from scratch? We are in the month of May, and it is not advisable to do a lot of this construction work in the rainy season. So the question is now that...
Remember, your initial speaking time has elapsed. You have an additional 15 minutes. You care to avail yourself?
Of course.
All right. But before you move on,
yes,
I'd just like to call on the Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 15.5, I beg to move that the House continue to sit until the conclusion of the matters before us.
Honourable members, the question is that the House continue to sit until the conclusion of the matter before us. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? I think the ayes have it. Kindly proceed with your 15 minutes.
In concluding on the issue of the special purpose company, my question to this government is that it properly account to the people as to what the process will be for the $200 million allocated to this company to pave roads within this country. How will decide which roads are going to be paved? And more importantly, how are you going to do the procurement for these roads? Are you going to subject this special purpose company to the Procurement Act? Or is it going to be a field day for friends, family, and financiers of Balize House? That is the question. Mr. Chairman, another issue I want to come to quickly has to do with CPEP. CPEP was given an additional $18.3 million, and in the explanation, the minister said it was to deal with three court matters, where they refused to pay contractors who they were owing, and those contractors took CPEP to court. So the government, by not honoring their expenses, is creating a bigger burden on the public purse. You have a lawsuit, you have legal fees, you have damages, and the candle is costing more than the funeral. There are other state agencies who are also facing these type of legal matters because of the government's mismanagement. But I feel as though that when I hear my colleague from Barataria read out the information revealed to him, when I hear the leader of opposition speak about the information coming out of the Attorney General's office concerning legal fees paid to people who are closely involved with the government, I wonder if the government is deliberately creating these issues in state agencies to create a feed-in trough for these legal matters to come up again, and not caring about the spending of taxpayers' dollars. Mr. Chairman, I move very quickly to the constituency of St. Augustine. I have a serious concern when additional money is going to several state agencies and we are not seeing it trickling down to the ground. I have a concern when the Minister of Works gets additional funding for drainage and water courses, and the St. Joseph Riverbank is yet to be completed. I have a concern because the floodgates have not yet been replaced. I know that work is ongoing, but I want to say for the record that the flood damage that the people in St. Augustine face, St. Augustine South, Valsayn South, Bamboo, only happened because of the negligence of this government. And the repair work that is ongoing is not happening fast enough. The rains that are already upon us, and the people of those areas are living in fear. And I want to call on the Minister of Works to ensure that the work that is going on there is completed in a timely manner to prevent a reoccurrence of the flooding in the St. Augustine constituency. I also want to say for the record that probably over 75% of the persons who applied for flood relief grants in St. Augustine have not received their flood grants as yet. And I don't know why since the beginning of December last year to the beginning of May this year, the process has been so slow within the Ministry of Social Development. And again, I call on the Ministry of Social Development to ensure that payments are made so that these people could start to recover their life. The flood relief grant was a maximum of $10,000. Everything has gone up in this country, and the buying power of that $10,000 for the flood relief grant, it has been seriously depreciated. So the very little that you are giving people, please give it in a timely manner and stop humiliating the people who have already been devastated by flooding. Mr. Chairman, not only are residents affected by flooding, our farmers are also constantly affected. And we have a number of areas with agriculture in St. Augustine, such as the Orange Grove farmers and other areas, where their leases have expired. And because of that, when the government calls out all these wonderful grants and incentives that are available to farmers, our farmers cannot access it. So I wonder if you are creating these incentives for certain people and deliberately eliminating others by not renewing their leases. And I am calling on the Minister of Agriculture to attend to the letters that I have been sending on behalf of the farmers of St. Augustine to renew the leases of those farmers who have been actively practicing agriculture and to attend to their drainage and irrigation issues so that they will not be facing the losses that they face during flood time. I am also appealing the Ministry of Housing, where HDC is responsible for areas such as Real Spring and Oropun, gardens in St. Augustine constituency. Those housing developments are also at risk of flooding. In fact, we had several people whose homes were flooding out in Real Spring. And several government ministers have close relatives living there, so they know. And my issue is that the maintenance in terms of clearing the watercourses, clearing the roadways, removing the garbage in all these HDC developments has to be attended to. There are a lot of areas where unemployment is an issue, and if you create employment in the community, you will get a decrease in, idle hands. And I am asking the HDC to consider this as they treat with the communities that still fall under their management. You know what's happening? The maintenance of those areas are now falling on the already overburdened Tunapuna Piarco Regional Corporation that is severely underfunded by this government and only received a pittance additional in this mid-year budget. Tunapuna Corporation is PNM-led, but that is the corporation that St. Augustine constituency falls in. And I try to have a good working relationship with the chairman of that corporation. And there are things that he will not say that I will say. Because when they are at risk of losing workers, having to fire workers, they may not want to say it because it is an indictment on their government. But the fact is that there are constituents of St. Augustine who could lose their jobs because the Minister of Finance did not allocate the amount of money required. In other words, he under-budgeted. You under-budgeted for the salaries of workers in regional corporations, and then you end up with people being unsure of their jobs. So, as the regional corporations are further and further burdened, and I come here and I listen to the minister, I come here and listen to, this alternative reality being created. I want to ask the ministers of government to get a little more attached to reality. The ministers are very disconnected from reality, and what is happening in our country is getting a lot of citizens upset and angry and hurt. They feel a sense of injustice because not only are they being told to do without, they are seeing friends and families and financiers doing better. And this type of hypocrisy creates a sense of injustice that has people very angry. But if this government is going to call the local government election this year, it is an opportunity for the people of Trinidad and Tobago to have their say on the performance of this government. And this government, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is failing Trinidad and Tobago at this time. I thank you.
I recognize the member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Deputy, just a point of clarification. I'm not contesting the member for St. Joseph, but I have been waiting for 5.5 hours to get a response for an urgent question. Mr. Deputy Chairman, you deem the question urgent. It's 5.5 hours now. Do we need to send an RSS plane for the minister? This is a contempt of the House. I am asking you to send the marshal and forcibly bring the minister to the chamber to answer the question.
The leader of the House gave us some information, and I stand by that. Proceed. Okay. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to join in the debate on the second report of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives on the consideration of proposal for the supplementation and variation of appropriation for the fiscal year 2023. Before I get into the substantive matter, I would just like to respond just to two issues raised by members opposite. The name Professor Roger Hussein has featured boldly and has featured a lot in discussions about the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. And the member for Pointe-a-Pierre, and he could correct me if I'm wrong, if I misheard or misinterpret what the member for Pointe-a-Pierre said. He's quoted as saying that Roger Hussein said he's prepared to leave this country. Yeah. Well, you know, I am not surprised, because it is that same Roger Hussein, and I think maybe a journalist had posed this question to him. Was it the same Roger Hussein that was paid something like $2 million under the partnership government to produce some report of absolutely no value? So his leanings are well known. He has nothing good to say about Trinidad and Tobago.
Deputy Speaker, my friend 48-1, he's dragging Mr. Hussein on Business Insider here. That's not the matter. 48-1.
I will read. Okay. Again, honorable members, again, the name has already been entered into the debate, and I will give the member for St. Joseph the opportunity. Proceed.
Yeah, but he's slandering the professor.
Listen. The member for St. Joseph and every other member take authority for whatever discourse they have in this chamber. Okay, so the name has been already brought in.
Thank you. And I will not dwell on it. I will just say Professor Hussein could clear the air and say he wasn't paid $2 million for a report. But the key point in member for Pointe-a-Pierre saying that he read in an article that Roger Hussein is prepared to leave Trinidad and Tobago. You know,
members,
I seem to have struck a nerve. The reflex of persons aligned to the UNC when a country needs you most is always to leave Trinidad and Tobago. That is their default position. Abandon the ship and go. Right? So I just leave that there. Somebody could ask Professor Hussein to clarify. The next thing I would like to raise in responding to the speaker just before me, the honorable member for St. Augustine, the continuing narrative about geographical discrimination and local government bodies not getting money and citing Couva Tabakit, Pinal, Debe, and Princestown, always bringing in that. But you know, the solution to that is local government reform on property tax, so the taxes collected could go to local government to fix the bridges and fix the roads. Why don't you support that? But you see, the UNC doesn't want to support anything, so they will have nothing to complain about. They prefer to see this country go down so they could tell the population, the PNM this, the PNM that. But you are part of the governance structure. Why don't you support the collection of property taxes, which go straight to the coffers of regional corporation so they could fix the same roads, they could fix the flood pumps, they could fix the bridges? Why? So they can have a constant, predictable stream of funding. And the Minister of Finance is on record as saying it can be supplemented from central government. Why not support it? Because if you support it and you fix local government, that is one thing less for you to complain about. It's as simple as that. So I leave those two comments there. Those are just two things I wanted to respond to. I would like at this point in time to turn to the substantive matter before us. The Minister of Finance has sorted fit to supplement in the mid-year review to the tune of $3.8 billion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that could only happen because the Minister of Finance, under the leadership and guidance of the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, has managed this economy excellently. It can only be because of that. When you look at the global economic forces and pressures, the war in Ukraine, international inflation, supply chain issues, we in Trinidad and Tobago are doing very well. And we must give credit where credit is due to the leadership of this government, both the Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance. And we must accept that we are not an island in the sense that everything revolves around us. We have to consider the macroeconomic forces around us, that what happens elsewhere can affect us, and not fritter away these gains by being indisciplined in our fiscal matters. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Ministry of Health has benefited to the tune of $975,753. In reading the Hansard on page 96 of the report, I had a question from the member for Caroni East, Dr. Cicheran, and I quote, "Thank you, Madam Chair. Same line item. Why are such works being undertaken on a fairly new complex, meaning the Couva Hospital, which the PNM government said was properly completed before putting it to use for COVID-19? And I found that question needed a bit more explanation today. He was questioning, why are we spending money on maintenance? Because a facility is new does not mean it needs no maintenance. A hospital is a living, breathing ecosystem that is at work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. What do we have to maintain that requires this funding? MEP, which means mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. You have to maintain elevators. You have to maintain generators. You have to maintain your HVAC, your air conditioning. You have to buy spares. You have to employ people. You have to purchase materials, whether it's a new hospital or an old hospital, because if you don't maintain it, it will be run down. For COVID, under maintenance, infection prevention and control, you had to do a lot of deep cleaning, especially as being used for COVID, which will involve outside contractors, all the chemicals that go with it, the equipment, the janitorial. That is maintenance, regardless of whether it's a new facility or an existing facility. And you know, it boggles the mind, because Couva is new, it should not be maintained? Is this the suggestion? You also had to maintain your diagnostics, your CT scanners, your MRI, your X-rays, your labs. You must maintain these things. You must maintain staff facilities. They are going to be used. You must maintain the wards, the beds. You must maintain the ICU and HDU wards. You must do external works. You must maintain the roads, the landscaping. But you see, the impression that you get when you listen to this, it's a new facility, therefore why are you maintaining it? I am hoping that the public understands now why we have to maintain Couva Hospital. It's just basic common sense. In sticking to the four corners of the report, on page 100, the health services support program, geared primarily at reducing the incidence of non-communicable diseases. I want to spend a lot of time on this, Mr. Deputy Chair, with your permission. As we know, and COVID brought it to the fore, that non-communicable diseases in Trinidad and Tobago is a crisis. And we need once and for all to grapple with that and to have programs and policies that could give you some tangible results. This government's approach to NCDs is to treat NCDs through the life course. What do I mean? We have the gestational diabetes program, which I hope my colleague from Faizabad will support, where you track.
same thing that he stood on, the minister stood on when we were talking. What is the relevance of NCDs to any of the cost items that we are talking to? You're going on a front.
Overruled. Again, bring it to your point. Right? I know you now started to discuss, but let's...
One of the line items which was supplemented was under the Health Services Support Program. And I was asked questions by Member Sicharan. I was asked questions over and over. And I will quote from MP Sicharan, where he was asking about diagnostics. So I am responding and I am sticking within the four corners of the report. Mr. Deputy Speaker, funding on this line item, which is part and parcel of the report, the Health Services Support Program is geared to reducing the incidence of non-communicable diseases. If the member doesn't want to engage in that, he is free. But the public is interested. And I know the members opposite are interested. I know Caroni East is interested. Faizabad is interested. Kamuto Manzanilla is interested. And I know, I forgot which constituency, MP Dinesh Rambali is interested. I know that. Because he has asked me to do some work with the Mahasabha on this issue. And I will do it. You are interested. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on the issue of non-communicable diseases, which is in the report, we are taking a life course approach to the issue of NCDs. And I'm going to speak specifically now of monies allocated to treat diabetes. Before I was interrupted, the gestational diabetes program, which I am sure Faizabad will endorse, where we catch pregnant women as early as humanly possible in their pregnancy so the incidence of gestational diabetes could be minimized. Because again, the OBGYNs will tell you a diabetic mother is more than likely to have an overweight baby, which is more than likely to become a type 1 diabetic early in childhood, which is more likely to be an obese teenager and a diabetic adult. That's what we are doing. Out of this program, one particular area of diabetes control we are focusing on, and monies have been allocated and spent for this purpose, and I'm going to show the country now how we are using the extra monies that we are getting. We estimate that 30% of our beds in the public healthcare system, that's roughly about 900 beds, are taken up with diabetes and complications of diabetes. We have roughly about 3,000 beds, 30%. It's a cost we cannot continue to ignore. Out of that, we are looking at lower limb amputations. I'm sure if I ask every single member here, do you know somebody who has had an amputation, every hand will go up. We have to come to terms with that. And what we have started to do, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have taken the lead in creating diabetes wellness centers in each RHA, the 4 in Trinidad and the 1 in Tobago. We have one in Princestown. We have one in Diego Martin, one in NCRHA, and one in Sangre Grande. And the objective of this, with the monies we are going to get, is to decrease the incidence of amputations, lower limb amputations, by about 20% in about 2 years. We have already started it. Princestown is doing very well, member for Princestown. You should pay a visit and talk to your constituents to go in there for early treatment of diabetic foot wounds. Because one of the objectives is to catch these things as early as possible so we can manage you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, monies allocated have been used for the following purpose. We have sent approximately 6 persons and they are currently in The Hague participating and sharing information on an international symposium for diabetic foot. I want the public to know the names of persons in this team. Dr. Maria Clapperton, Director, Non-Communicable Diseases at the Ministry of Health. Ms. Lena Huntley, podiatrist from the Diabetes Association, so we are partnering heavily with that. Dr. Dave Harnanan, consultant, North Central RHA, member of the Diabetes Foot Infection Task Force. Dr. Keegan Bagan, General Manager, Primary Care Unit, Northwest Regional Health Authority, member of the Diabetes Foot Infection Task Force. Dr. Melissa Bacon, Princestown, Primary Healthcare Physician, Southwest Regional Health Authority. Dr. Vern Allen, Wound Care Specialist, Tobago Regional Health Authority, and Dr. Alana Best, County Medical Officer, Acton, Eastern Regional Health Authority, Chairperson of the Diabetes Foot Infection Task Force. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the work we are doing there is phenomenal. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you would please allow me to quote from a full-page ad which came out in the Express today. And we are going to highlight each of these. The first we are highlighting is the Diego Martin Health Center. And I want to quote a patient testimonial. And it's important to understand these words coming from a lay person. Sometimes lay people can speak to us better than doctors or lawyers or ministers. This is a testimonial from Natasha Guy, a patient at the Diego Martin Health Center. I quote, "If you find yourself diagnosed with diabetes and you have become despondent," and I pause there, she is saying, if you have become despondent because you are diabetic, there is help, there is hope. Mr. Deputy Speaker, many people, when they get a diagnosis of cancer, diabetes, hypertension, they do become despondent and they don't seek treatment. I would recommend that you firstly visit the Diabetes Wellness Clinic. At the clinic, they teach you what stage you're in at your diagnosis and how to manage it. The staff there are patient and they take their time and show you how to take charge. And that is what we are trying to do. Giving people the education and the opportunity to take charge of your health, because that's all that matters. So this is how we are rejigging and encouraging the population to take ownership. We will give you the resources, we will give you the medication, but people have to take ownership of their diabetes. I don't want to go into too much detail about that because 48.1 may apply. So that's it for diabetes. A lot of work is taking place there. I want to turn now to how funding is going to be used again to tackle the other major NCD in Trinidad and Tobago, hypertension. And I do have some good statistics to share. We have rolled out something called the Hearts Initiative, which is basically tackling the issue of hypertension in the society. A team, when they come back from The Hague, they will be going to St. Lucia from the 16th to the 19th of May. Because just like Trinidad and Tobago is recognized as a leader now in bringing down maternal mortality deaths, infant mortality deaths, our NCD program is being recognized around the world. The team going to St. Lucia so we could grapple with this NCD problem will be led by, again, Dr. Maria Clapperton, Dr. Alana Best, Dr. Tamika Chung-Davidson from the North Central RHA, Dr. Michael Thom from the Northwest RHA, Dr. Vikash Ramlogan, Southwest RHA, and Dr. Roxanne Mitchell from the TRHA. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to share some statistics, if you will allow me, so the population can know that just like we can manage you with diabetes, we can manage you with hypertension. Before we launched this Hearts Initiative at our health centers, the data from the Sangre Grande Enhanced Health Center goes like this. We were managing patients and using the cutoff of 140/90 for BP. If you're above that, you are hypertensive. Below that, you are good. Pre-hearts in 2018, 20% of the patients coming to the Sangre Grande cluster had blood pressure under 140/90. That is normal or good. We started to implement hearts. By 2020, it went up to 36%. And by 2022, even with COVID, it was now 42%. So we doubled the amount of people who had good, regular blood pressure through this hearts initiative. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, health systems around the world, they are called a bottomless pit of money. You could just pour money into health and get no tangible results. But what we are doing in Trinidad and Tobago is trying to turn around the way we see health from treatment to prevention. And this is a case in point, it can be done. What it means is that in this Sangre Grande cluster, because so many more people have normal blood pressure, it means the incidence of heart attacks will go down, strokes will go down, renal failure will go down, eye complications will go down. And that's what we are doing with these monies, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That is what the taxpayers' dollars and cents are being used for in our battle against NCDs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, one of the other programs that we are looking at, and I was asked a question, had to do with HIV/AIDS and how many people we were employing in the HIV/AIDS fight at MRFTT. We did supply the data, and the answer is 62 persons were being employed. The HIV/AIDS story is one that needs a little bit of explanation, so Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you will allow me. Back in 2016, 2017, the world signed off to a UN declaration that the world should be relatively HIV-free by 2020. Doesn't mean the virus doesn't exist. It means that the amount of virus circulating and people's viral load will be so low as to make it undetectable. Let me say that. It was called the 90-90-90 theme, which means that any country should know 90% of its population living with HIV. Of that 90%, 90% of those should be on antiviral therapy, and 90% of those on therapy should have their viral load suppressed so low as to make the disease untransmissible or undetectable. That was then changed to 95, 95, 95 by 2030. So that is what we are doing now. So these funds that were mentioned here, which is primarily the PEPFAR funding from CDC, and I think it was Karen East who asked about it. That is what this funding is used for under the report here. And we channeled that PEPFAR funding from the CDC to the Medical Research Foundation of Trinidad and Tobago, lovingly known as the MRFTT. And the question was asked, how many people are being employed for this particular person? The total is 62. I will just give some example of some of the job names: data managers, monitoring and evaluation officers, data entry clerks, HIV testers, health promotion outreach coordinator, peer navigators. All these people are instrumental in helping us achieve our 95, 95, 95 targets by 2030, which means that in Trinidad and Tobago, 95% of people with HIV should know their status. Of those people, 95% of those people should be on antivirals, and 95% of those on antivirals should have their viral load suppressed to the point where the virus is either undetectable or not easily transmitted. Those are the targets that we have signed on to be accomplished by 2030. So that is what we are doing with some of that funding. Some other questions were raised about point 14 and Augustus Long Hospital. I am pleased to say I have the details here. I was asked to provide the disaggregation of the projected trade payables for Point Fortin and Augustus Long. For Point Fortin, it was $10.4 million. The breakdown goes as follows. Security services, $7.2 million. Property and plant maintenance, $115,000. Medical supplies, $1.4 million. Janitorial supplies, $565,000. Utilities, $1.1 million. And for Point Fortin Hospital, I was asked if there were any arrears for utilities. I think member for Caroni East again had asked the question. $2.9 million for outstanding invoices for electricity for the periods June 2020 to January 2021 and April 21 to July 2021. So the answer is yes, some of those funds were in fact used to pay arrears. $7.1 million was also allocated for surgical and medical equipment, inclusive of CT injectors, consumables for the lab, medical oxygen cylinders, blood pressure machines, equipment for packaging medical devices to be sterilized, surgical instruments, example forceps, retractors, probes, kits to sterilize liquids, new equipment and machines for the sewing room, and medical equipment for the operating theater. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, these are some of the major highlights of the report of the Standing Finance Committee for the consideration of proposals for the supplementation and variation of appropriation for the fiscal year 2023. I hope I have given a comprehensive account of what some of these monies will be used for. Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I close, I want to engage the population in this fight against non-communicable diseases. The government, it is estimated by IDB, and this is an estimate that came out years ago, that it costs the country $6 to $8 billion TT dollars a year to manage NCDs. It doesn't mean that $6 billion is spent by the government to treat NCDs, because I think that was a question posed to the Honorable Prime Minister some years ago. It costs the country $6 to $8 billion a year in both direct costs, that is treatment, and indirect costs, loss of productivity, morbidity, mortality. That's where the $6 to $8 billion comes from. We are going to be doing all that we can as a government, but we need patients and parents especially to step up to the plate, and I use the word step up to the plate both figuratively and literally. We have to watch what we put on our plates. We have to watch the amount of black soft drinks we are giving our children. And at this point in time, I want to ask the beverage industry and the fast food industry to revisit the way they market to children. Let me repeat that. I want to ask the beverage industry and the fast food industry to relook at the way they market to children and families. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you would permit me, I would draw the parallel to smoking years ago, where all ads for smoking, Marlboro Man, you're virile, you're successful, you will get the girl, you will get the job. That is what smoking ads did. Now you are seeing the ads for fast foods, promoting family life. It's good for family. We get around the table. But what you are eating regularly is not good for you. I am not saying don't eat fast foods. I'm saying eat it in moderation and start to substitute better natural foods. Fast foods is not a meal plan. Black sweet drink every day is not a meal plan. And I will close by saying this. If we are to tackle the scourge of NCDs, it will take government, it will take the healthcare system, it will take personal responsibility to watch what you eat, get moving. It will also take some introspection by the sellers and marketers of foods and beverages that are not in society's best interests. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with those few words, I thank you and I bid you good evening.
I recognize the member for Faizabad.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for recognizing me and for the opportunity to join this debate on the motion to adopt the second report of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would want to commend, first of all, the rebuttal and the contribution of the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, and to commend my colleagues who have spoken before me, my colleague MP Amin and MP David Lee. Mr. Deputy Speaker, many of the issues raised by the Minister are some of the very issues that I want to address in the report. And just to say that whilst I'm very much in favor and support of preventing chronic non-communicable diseases, there are some issues that have to be raised, especially with regards to value for money in some of the expenditure. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I may go into my contribution, and just to say that if we look at the big picture, we have a total allocation of $693 million, which means that $6.5 billion will be expended on the health sector as of September 30th, 2023, the end of this financial year. This is broken down essentially into recurrent of $498 million roughly, and development for $195 million. And I'm taking this approach, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because I want to stick to within the items in the Standing Finance Committee, and this is where I'm going with this, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So under goods and services, we see an allocation for the Ministry of Health Administration Building, and the Couva Hospital, and under current transfers and subsidies, we're talking about GMRTT, the central block of the hospital, and the RHA trade payables, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And the allocation for development would speak to the Ariman Point Fortin hospitals, PEPFAR, which the Minister alluded to, and the HSSP allocation, together with a COVID-19 emergency response allocation of $134 million. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as someone who has been working in the healthcare sector for close to 40 years, and with experience both as a practitioner and administrator, I am always happy for additional allocations to service the health sector, because hopefully any such increase should mean more drugs and supplies, more staff and improvements to our healthcare facilities to deliver an improved product. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what is the product that the health sector is supposed to deliver to the population? I think it's important to frame my response in the context of this. So what is this product that we are talking about that the health sector is supposed to deliver? Well, I want to say it can be summarized as healthcare services that are adequate, equitable, appropriate, and effective. And of course, the health sector is expected to deliver its product in a manner that represents value for money for the taxpayer. And I'm sure that my friend, the member for San Fernando, will agree that any such expenditure, we are asking for close to $700 million supplementation, and therefore we must examine how this expenditure is going to better the lives of citizens when they seek services at our healthcare institutions. So if we are to use a further example, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the healthcare delivery is dependent on plant, people, and process, and every model is useful. In fact, I believe the Minister for Rural Development and Local Government looked at that model. So how do I relate this to the health sector? So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let's get back to the report. And when I speak of plant, we spoke in the form of the new Ministry of Health Administrative Building. And I'll come back to say a few words on the issue of this building, both at the Ministry of Health level and the RHA level. We also speak of plant in the form of ARIMA, Point Fortin and Couva hospitals, and the Port of Spain General Hospital Central Block, where funds are being requested to cover both construction and maintenance costs. And we're speaking here as well about people and process when we speak about the trade payables to the RHAs, for the GMRTT, which is the ambulance service, for PEPFAR, which the Minister alluded to, and for the COVID-19 emergency response facility. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to examine the requested allocations within the framework I just outlined so that we can have a bigger picture of where the cracks and fault lines are in the health sector. Because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if we are to believe the many testimonials that speak to healthcare services in this country, there are many cracks and fault lines that have developed in the health sector under this administration in the past 7 years. And this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in spite of the solid foundation that the People's Partnership Government left our friends on the other side. So Mr. Deputy Speaker, who complains? Who are the people who complain about the health sector? Well, first of all, we have complaints from patients. And you know, the Minister of Health alluded to an ad in today's newspaper with one testimonial of a patient, commending the service, and that's fine. I'm sure there are many instances where proper service is provided, but equally so, there are complaints from patients about several things. And these complaints relate again to long waiting times for their surgeries. I'll come back to that. Long waiting times for their clinic appointments, the long waiting times for their imaging investigations. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was recently sent by a patient who has an appointment for a mammogram at the NCRHA for 2024, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm going somewhere with this, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And of course, the long waiting times for the results of these investigations. And I want to draw to the attention of the Minister of Health the time it has taken for CT and MRI reports to be returned to the doctors and the patients, and whether the technology is being used to get value for money in terms of getting these investigations and the results faster. And of course, we still have the issue of where some patients have to pay for some of their laboratory investigations privately because they are not available at some health facilities. This is still common, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in addition to patients, we also have complaints from nurses. Nurses have been complaining about their poor working conditions. They've been complaining about their unsatisfactory terms and conditions of engagement. And with regards to nursing shortages, and this has been an issue of contention in the public domain. There has been a running battle between the Minister of Health and the TTRNA regarding the shortage of nurses and so on, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if we can if you will permit me, to look at the issue of the shortage of nurses, because if we're expending these amounts of money in the health sector, it means that we should be in a position, we should have enough nurses to provide the healthcare services so that we get value for money from this expenditure. So what is the situation with regards to nurses in our health sector, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Mr. Deputy Speaker, in response, and I have here before me, a written response to a question to the Minister of Health. And this is question number 180 to the Minister of Health. And the answer was laid in this House on the 27th of May, 2022, last year, just about a year ago. And the question was asked for a breakdown by category of the number of nursing staff positions in the establishment, the number of positions in each category that was currently filled, and the deployment of those employed by the health facility. And I have the answer in my hand here, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it was asked for each RHA. I don't want to go into all the details of this document, but just to provide a summary with regards to the situation as of March 31st, 2022, last year, with regards to nurses. And I'm trusting and hoping, and I'm saying this with the expectation that with the allocation for 2023 and the supplementation that is being requested, that this situation will be improved or would have improved by now. So what's the current situation? If we look at the total number of positions in the 4 RHAs, they have 10,126 positions. How many are filled? Well, when we add the figures up, 6,570 are filled. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that leaves us with vacancies amounting to 3,556 positions. This is a worrisome situation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because it means that we have on our hands a shortage of nurses in our health institutions, and this is critical. This is an issue that needs to be addressed in a very, critically, so that we'll be able to provide services to our patients and in a timely manner. Who else complains about the health sector? Well, you have complaints from the doctors. They do it very quietly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because they're afraid of victimization sometimes. But they complain about lack of resources to do their jobs. They complain about a lack of understanding and appreciation by management sometimes of the challenges they face. And they complain about a long waiting time to be engaged by the RHAs. There's a big issue which needs to be addressed by the Minister of Health and the Ministry of Health with regards to the transition from interns to house officers. The state expends a large amount of money. It's a big investment in training and paying for doctors' education and so on. And yet, when they complete their internship, there's a long waiting time for these highly trained individuals to become house officers and to be able to contribute to the system. So something that needs to be addressed. Who else might complain about the health sector? Well, what do the administrators and managers complain about? In the public eye, they complain about nothing. But I am saying here, and I'm hoping, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that they share some of the concerns of patients, doctors, and nurses, and other healthcare workers. And I'm hoping that they bring these concerns to the RHA boards and the Minister of Health. But the question, of course, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is whether anyone on that side is listening to anything anymore in this country, or is it that they think they know it all, Mr. Deputy Speaker? So I'm hoping that they will listen to some suggestions. The member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West said that on this side we never bring suggestions, but I'm here to see that we do offer suggestions, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So if we move on to some specific items in this report, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And if I may refer to Head 18, Ministry of Finance, and the sub-allocation, the allocation to the Ministry of Health, which speaks to the Arima Hospital and Point Fortin Hospitals, sums of 29.8 million and 17.4 million respectively, to complete construction but also maintenance costs. And of course, the question that would be raised in the minds of the public is whether these hospitals are fully staffed and fully operational. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, again, I come back to the issue of staffing, because it is that we want to make sure and ensure that these facilities, these institutions, and now new institutions, are fully staffed and therefore fully operational. So what is the situation with regards to the Arima and the Point Fortin Hospital? Well, again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you will permit me, this is question number 59 to the Minister of Health, which was answered in this House on the 12th. It's written answer, circulated on the 12th of December, 2022, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I have the answer in my hand. And if we were to look at the situation at the Arima Hospital, and again, I will not go through all the details, it's a written answer, but just to highlight a few points. And again, I had asked about the number of staff on the establishment and the number of filled positions. And just to give an example, at the Arima Hospital, you have 115 doctors in the establishment, but only 95 positions filled. Again, we see the issue with nurses, because you have 458 established and nurses, but only 384 filled positions. Other areas like radiology, laboratory, those are important areas for hospital to function properly and fully, and you have vacancies there. Radiology, 59 on the establishment, only 35 filled. Laboratory, 79 on the establishment, but only 25 positions filled. Something that hopefully, will be looked at and will be corrected, especially in view of this request for allocation. That's at the Arima Hospital. What's the situation at the Point Fortin Hospital? Same question asked and answered. And again, we see the issue with nurses in this particular case, 187 on the establishment, but only 113 nurses in post, and shortages in other areas with other technical staff. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I just wanted to raise one issue with regards to the allocation for the Ministry of Health new administration building, which is in the report. And in answer to a question during the Standing Finance Committee, the Minister indicated that the total negotiated amount for the Bolt arrangement, we are told that this is a Bolt arrangement, build, operate, transfer, and lease, that the total negotiated amount, and I'm just asking, the result given, the figure given here is $249,468,110, and that's the contracted price. But the lease arrangement, according to the response in the Standing Finance Committee, is $2.9 million per month for 15 years. When we calculate that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it comes up to the sum of $522 million. So the question really that the taxpayer will be asking, based on what was given to us in the Standing Finance Committee, is what will be the real cost to the taxpayer for this Ministry of Health administration building. I have no problems with the Ministry of Health having a new building. Mr. Deputy Speaker, administrators are entitled to work in comfortable surroundings. And of course, when we take the government in the next 2 years, a UNC Minister of Health will occupy that building. So we have no problem. It's important that administrators are provided with proper accommodation and so on. But again, the question is, what is the real cost of that building? I will move on, Mr. Deputy Speaker, then to talk of maintenance. And I'm happy that the Minister of Health, took pains to point out the reasons behind the maintenance costs for the Couva Hospital multi-training facility, and that's a recurrent expenditure, was given as $73,539,902. So, I'm happy that the building is being maintained. It's important. It's a new building. And the citizens will be very happy to know that money is being spent to maintain this 230-bed state-of-the-art hospital. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the question the population will be asking is, when can they expect to benefit from the services that this hospital has to offer fully? I am sure, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the patient who has a mammogram appointment at the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex for Wednesday, 20th March 2024, almost a year from now, just under a year from now, will now get an earlier appointment because the state-of-the-art radiology equipment at the Couva Hospital will now be available to her and others in this country. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, again, I just want to raise, in response to an urgent question earlier today on the Couva Hospital, the Honorable Minister quoted from the WHO guidelines as to why the Couva Hospital may not be fully integrated back into the regular healthcare system. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't believe that the WHO meant that you should use a 230-bed hospital to care for a handful of COVID patients. The Minister himself has admitted in this very House that the numbers are declining, and therefore the question in the minds of citizens is when this Couva Hospital will again be reintegrated back into the regular healthcare system. I am not saying, and I want to point out here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a health professional and a responsible health professional, I'm not saying that we have to throw caution to the wind, but we also have to, because the COVID numbers are declining, we still have to be very much cautious. But I'm also saying that we have to utilize our new facilities optimally with regards to providing patient health care. I just want to move on to 04009020 to 04, and this is regarding the sum of 321 million, which has been requested for trade payables for the 4 RHAs in Trinidad. And the Minister gave a breakdown, that will be spent on a number of items, utilities, security, and so on, with the sum of 104 million for medical supplies. So I want to ask in relation to this allocation for medical supplies, will this facilitate the treatment of more patients who are awaiting cataract surgery and other surgeries? Will this mean less complaints about shortage of gauze and other supplies in some of our institutions? We're talking about payables here for medical supplies. Will this mean that vitreoretinal surgery will be resumed at the San Fernando General Hospital in this financial year, Mr. Deputy Speaker? And I raise this point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because the Honourable Minister took pains and went at length to speak about diabetes care of citizens in this country. And I support many of those initiatives, diabetic foot care. The Minister mentioned about, gestational diabetes and so on, detecting diabetes in pregnant women. But at the end of the day, we also have to recognize that there are many patients who already have established diabetes and they have complications. And this vitreoretinal surgery, it's called VR surgery for short, is a very important procedure for patients who have something called diabetic retinopathy. So they have disease of the eye, and if this is not treated expeditiously, they can lose their eyesight, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So on one hand, the Minister is saying that we are taking steps to prevent citizens from getting diabetes. But on the other hand, we have citizens who require this urgent treatment and they are not able to access it at the San Fernando General Hospital. And the question is why? And the explanation here is that the previous surgeon who was able to do this left the position in August of last year. And now it is some 4 and 5, almost 9 months later, this position has not been filled, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it shows, and it is not because there's no applicant or specialist who can perform this job. Currently, before the Human Resource Department of the SWRHA, there is an application by a very highly qualified and trained specialist who can fill this position. And the question has to be asked really why this position has not been filled. And again, it comes back to governance issues and to how the RHAs are managed and whether we have appropriate and proper managerial staff in these RHAs to ensure that the over $4 billion that is allocated to the RHAs every year and approved by this House is being utilized and spent properly. So I'll leave that there, just to say that, the defense could be put up by the Ministry of Health, and I'm aware that some of these procedures are outsourced, but for some patients, it's not timely enough for them to save their eyesight. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister spoke about the 40 million additional funding to enable the execution of the project activities under the IADB loan for the HSSP. And the Minister, in response to questions in this allocation, indicated that the Health Services HSSP program is geared primarily at reducing the incidence of NCDs in our population. I'm very much in support of these projects, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but I have a few questions I want to raise. And if we remember, the Simongal report on the management of COVID-19 in Trinidad and Tobago concluded, amongst many other challenges in our healthcare system, that there was an NCD morbidity death burden, which was created by the pandemic and which the government needs to address. We are coming into a post-pandemic situation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and of course this is an issue that has been raised and is something that the government indicates an intention to deal with. But the question is that they are going far enough. So the Minister spoke about programs to reduce diabetes, some cancers and so on. There are also some programs to increase physical activity in our citizens. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I just want to say I will support these programs and encourage all citizens to improve their lifestyles via regular exercise and healthy eating. But the health sector also has to treat those with NCDs. We spoke about those with diabetes already. But another big problem, another big NCD in this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the issue of cardiac disease, is the issue of heart disease in those who already have them. And I want to ask the Minister, well, or someone who can answer on that side, about the status of the cardiac catheterization laboratory, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which is promised at the San Fernando Hospital. And again, I want to ask, if this government is serious about treating with NCDs, why is it taking so long to establish the cardiac catheterization laboratory at the San Fernando General Hospital to serve the patients with heart disease of the SWRHA in a timely manner? You know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regards to this, and I'm very passionate about this because I know this intervention can save lives. You know, and I want to remind the Minister that his colleagues from Point Fortin, from La Brea, from San Fernando West, from San Fernando East, have the same requests for urgent cardiac care from their constituents as I receive in Faizabad and as my colleagues receive in Siparia, Oropouche West, Oropouche East, Naparima, Mayaro, Princestown, Pointe-a-Pierre, and even Maruga-Tablan. And why I say this, because all of these constituencies are covered by the SWRHA, which is one of the largest RHAs in Trinidad. Madam Speaker, I hear that they want to take Maruga-Tablan. My colleague, the MP from Maruga-Tablan, Michelle Benjamin, told me that this is wishful thinking, you know, on their part. But I just wanted to make that point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to say that if you want to do that, then do this, Minister of Health, for your colleagues on your side. Do it for your supporters as well. Do it for all of Trinidad and Tobago. These areas, as I said, are served by the SWRHA, which is severely handicapped when it comes to treating patients with acute cardiac disease. Now, the government will say, in response to this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that they have other programs in place. I know they outsource some of these procedures and so on, and some are done at Mount Hope. But I'm saying that for many of our constituents, it is sometimes too late by the time they are given appointments for these angiograms and stenting and heart bypass surgery. And unfortunately, some patients die whilst they are waiting for this procedure. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's also the request for 134 million to clear some expenses related to the COVID-19 emergency response. And my other colleagues may deal with this in terms of the COVID allocation. But I just want to mention one thing which came out of the Standing Finance Committee report with regards to COVID-19. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that is the issue of the intent by this government to hire a consultant to review this administration's performance during the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was shocked, but not surprised, to see an advertisement in the newspapers in March of this year seeking to procure a consultancy to evaluate the Ministry of Health's response to the COVID-19 pandemic with regard to the HSSP program. Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Ministry of Health was planning to spend some of the allocation under the HSS program to hire a consultant, to procure a consultancy to evaluate the Ministry of Health's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And the minister indicated, by way of answer to my question in the Standing Finance Committee on Friday, that the costs of procuring this consultancy would have come from the HSSP funding, which is part of this SFC report, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member, your initial speaking time has elapsed. You have an additional 15.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will avail myself.
Proceed.
Yeah. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in response to the question, the Minister indicated that the project is being re-evaluated. You know, I want to say respectfully to the Minister of Health, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for St. Joseph, that there is no need to re-evaluate, you know. Just scrap the idea. There's no need for re-evaluation. If you want to know how the ministry performed during COVID-19, you know, you can fill one of our stadiums, you know, with citizens who will be waiting to tell you. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you can simply read the Simongal report again and implement the solid recommendations therein. So I'm happy that this idea, you know, is no longer with us. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I just want to close with some findings from the Auditor General's report with regards to some of these allocations. And I think it's important for us to take note because...
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am not aware there's any Auditor General's report on the supplementation of appropriation.
So, member,
yeah,
let me just hear where you're going.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Tie it in quickly based on what you just said.
Sure. So I'm tying it in to the sub-items 04000904 in the SFC report with regards to the North Central Regional Health Authority, supplementation of $162,393,537 to facilitate partial payments to trade payables, which is on page 96 of the SFC report. So this is in regards to this, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So if I may allow to proceed, and I'm just saying that based on this, that was the Auditor General reports indicate that based on a sample of purchase orders, it was seen that the NCRHA did not adhere to its procurement policy of requiring a minimum of 3 quotations with respect to 11 purchase orders, totaling $151,922. So I just use this example to illustrate the point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to make 2 points. One is that we are seeking a large allocation here for the Ministry of Health, and this is an example here we are seeing where in terms of procurement, proper process is not followed. And I just want to say, because again, in relation to the full proclamation of the Public Procurement Act and the large sums of money being expended, again, want to ask the question whether all of the RHAs are fully prepared and operational in terms of having the staff and the departments available to deal with public procurement. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to close by saying that whilst I'm in support of the additional allocation for the health sector, whilst I appreciate and understand the direction in which the government is moving in regards to the NCDs and the expenditure that is geared towards that, there are many cracks in the health sector. We still have a long way to go. There are many issues that need to be dealt with, and I'm hoping that in regards to the expenditure that the citizens of this country can look forward to improved and better health care. And with those few words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Piarco. you wish to give way to? Oh, okay, no, all right, no, because no, I saw the remark. I saw the remark. Proceed. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have a very short intervention to make. And I will thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I just want to identify a few items in the delivery of the Honourable Minister of Finance in his contribution today. And what I find strange with the Minister of Finance today, he was not his normal self in terms of his delivery. He's always very articulate.
48.1, 48.4, 48.6, and that is totally untrue.
This is harassment. What is this?
Honourable members, I'm not in a position to determine. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So perhaps he was in his normal way, but I didn't see it. And I suspected that the Honourable Minister may not have been too confident on his own delivery in terms of what he was presenting to the House today. And I would like to challenge a few of the things that he said, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in his initial conversation, the Minister boasted in his opening delivery that the overdraft was 39% utilized, which he patted himself on his back to mean that it was somehow some policy of this government that did that. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, the date today, in May, it's 1 month after the end of the tax period, when all businesses and so on, people pay their monies. So when you pay monies to the Board of Inland Revenue and so on, that money ends up in the consolidated fund. So like any overdraft, when you put money in, the overdraft is well contained. So it was no surprise that the overdraft is 40% today after it received all that money over the first quarter of the year. So there's nothing to boast about. It was no special skill of the minister, neither of any policy at the end of the day. So we needed to clear that up. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to identify that the Minister of Finance delivery today, as short as it was, I can tell you it was littered with humps and holes in his delivery, clearly competing with the Naparima-Miaro Road, which we have to deal with every day. Mr. Deputy Speaker, his arguments was as weak as the collapsed landslips, the 150 that the Minister of Rural Development has to attend to in this next fiscal year. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the contents of the Minister of Finance, in terms of what he said, was as dry as the taps that we find in the Miaro constituency when our constituents try to get their water, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Year after year, the Minister of Finance, the astute wizard that he claims to be, as one time he said he was, he continues, Honourable Minister that he is, to pull a bit of wool over the eyes of what I would call an unsuspecting public, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Was the word you used? Unsuspecting?
Unsuspecting. Public.
After?
Public.
Public,
yes.
Oh, public.
Public,
okay.
yes.
Okay.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the Minister's delivery today, he spent about half of the time discussing the transfers and so on that we had on Wednesday, and he said that he did not want to go into too much details because we'd have trashed that out quite a bit on Wednesday. And he spent the balance of the time bringing a citizen of this country, which we will not go into, because I think that has been spoken about quite a bit already. And then he went on to bring in this IMF report, which he clearly hinged a bit of his gleeing in terms of how well he was doing as Minister of Finance and as well as the country that he feels that the country is performing well. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's a few things that I want to just touch on in terms of bringing some clarity to some of that. So the Minister of Finance today has brought a $3.8 billion variation and supplementation package to this House. Now this variation, as mentioned before, takes the budget to over $61 billion. But what is interesting, Mr. Deputy Speaker, at the end of this fiscal year in September, October of this year, this government would have spent in excess of $400 billion in terms of the time that they have been in office. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have to ask, based on what the minister in his 50%, his last half of his delivery today, one would have been given the impression that all is well. Everything is working fine in this country, and it's all because of the policies of this government. But I have to ask the citizens of this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, after all this money that has been spent, plus what we are adding today, have we seen improvements in any reasonable way? The Minister of Local Government said, and he claims today when he spoke, that work was in progress. You were seeing some roads, you were seeing some activity. But is it enough for what the money that we've spent so far? Roads, bridges, agricultural access roads for our farmers, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Health Center, the Minister of Health spoke a little while ago, and one would believe that all the challenges and the issues in the health sector has been resolved. At one point in time, I would ask Mr. Deputy Speaker, if anybody's experienced faster turnaround times at our A&Es or accident and emergency wards. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also have to ask, do you feel safer today after $400 billion that have been spent, and as we add another $3.8 billion today? Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my observation is no. What I'm observing is that the country has not progressed in any significant way in terms of the money that has been spent, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Finance, the declaration during his presentation, it really reminds me of an old saying, and this is the saying, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is the saying that I'm going to tell you. There are three kinds of lies. Lies, damn lies, and statistics. I think we're all familiar with that. I have not said that the minister has lied.
Standing order. 48.6, 48.4.
UNC.
Imputing improper motives and insulting language.
Right. I think I'll need you to say that differently, member.
I will take it back. I am not accusing the minister of anything, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I am just saying that relying on statistics, he has relied on statistics, and he did it as eloquent as he normally does. But you see, the statistics often creates a very distorted picture, and it does not provide the appropriate context for what we must address as a country in finding policy to go forward, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what that tells me is that the government continues to be absolutely disconnected from the reality of life in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the real litmus test in determining the state of the economy is to observe the quality of the lives of our citizens. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, those gentlemen from the IMF who comes to Port of Spain for this 2 weeks and assist the Honorable Minister of Finance in getting this Article 4 document off the ground, I would probably offer the IMF officials, advise them that they can move from this cold seclusion in the central bank tower and head out to the heat of the working masses to take an observation of what's happening in the country. They would see the impact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of the worsening poverty that is crawling in slowly into a lot of rural communities outside of Port of Spain, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, they will witness the thousands of single mothers who are eking out a minimum wage in this informal and a few other sectors, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they would see graphic examples as you drive through many rural communities in this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the type of hunger that is happening. When you drive through communities, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in front every home, there is now a shed with a family trying to sell something to augment, their income at the end of the day. So, the Minister of Finance spoke about this closing report from the IMF, which is about a 3 or 4 page document that has the highlights with a lot of good news that the Minister decided to bring to this Parliament today. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's a 108-page document, which is the staff report, that has the details, that has all the recommendations, that has all the things that the IMF is warning the Minister that we ought to take into consideration as we move forward. But today, as a media review, when one would figure this is the time that you take to put any structural shift in directions that you feel you may need midway through the journey, that didn't happen today, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister, in his speech today, he accused a lot of persons for nitpicking every comma and every full stop. And he said that like as if that is a bad thing, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But you see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is not enough for policymakers to just read an executive summary. It is important that you read the entire report, and it is important that we read every comma, every semicolon, every full stop, because that is what we as policy directors ought to be doing, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There is no easy way to do it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you looked at the report that the Minister opened in his conversation today, and he spoke about the growth that we've experienced in 21 and 22 and so on, I can agree that we have seen some slow growth over the last 2 years, but it is really because the country, the whole world went to sleep during the pandemic. So it is only natural in 2020, 21, when the economy started back opening up, you would have seen a bit of forward movement in terms of productive capacity and so on. So that was normal. But you know what, Mr. Deputy Speaker? In the very same report that the Minister brought today, or spoke about today, the IMF had initially projected a growth rate for Trinidad and Tobago at 5.5% in 2022. And that was stated in their March 10th, 2022 Article 4 report. But you know this year, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in 2023, they had to revise that back down to 2.5% in 2023, which represent a significant downgrade from what they had projected. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it raises some questions to the man on the street, and this is not the first time, about the ability of the IMF to really project what's happening in Trinidad and Tobago because of the diverseness of our economy and so on, or whether they are in the right place or the right spot, and whether this 3.2% growth average for 2023, can it be realistic, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is unclear to me, outside of the Minister of Finance and the few technocrats that sit in Port of Spain, who else does the IMF speak to? And the data that they are getting, how realistic and how credible the data is. So, Deputy Speaker, the evaluation process in terms of the data sources, that will be very, very important.
So, Deputy Speaker, 48.1, please. We're not here to discuss the IMF report.
Okay, I remember I give you some leeway, and you could see how we could condense it a little more, because you have spent some time there. I don't want to dictate it, but please.
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, suffice to say that it is important when we are looking at the overall picture of the development of this country under this administration, while we are seeing incremental growth for the last 2 years, we must understand that from 2016 to 2023, the economy has shrunk by 20%, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that is something that our policy must address to bring us back to where we were in 2015, 2016, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And this is important. You know, when you're at a media review, understanding this data is important to make sure that we can land in the right place, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to raise just two simple matters in terms of, you know, we spoke a lot about energy and energy prices today, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And what was interesting in terms of our 3.2% growth expectation this year, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is hinged on the possibility of our energy sector adding an additional 2.9% of GDP this year. But here was the funny thing in that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That data, or that pronouncement, was based on the price of energy last year, the last quarter of last year, November, December. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in January this year, the world changed. The prices, the elasticity of energy prices collapsed. So that prediction can't hold water today. So it means that as the minister goes forward in terms of appropriations, in terms of how we have to move around money, what we're spending the money on, that becomes important. So anybody looking at that data, you know, you have to look carefully in terms of how we look at this energy production, because where is the energy going to come from? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I mean, there's a conversation, I think I heard the Minister of Energy spoke about it today, that, you know, we weren't happy with the dragon gas and we didn't support it and so on. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that couldn't be further from the truth. We support any gas. Any gas coming into the country at this time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is important. Whether it comes by a truck pipe from the sky, we will accept it because we are short 2.1 billion standard cubic feet of gas to our Point Lisa's estate, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, we also have to understand that we don't have any major gas input until around 2027, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Because most of these items that we have on the drawing board has some 3 to 5 year windows. So again, one of the statements that were made, again in the report, was that there was a warning for us, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the waning gas and petrochemical exports and the anticipated decline in global energy prices will result in narrower current account surplus. That is things that we ought to be concerned about, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as we are in the middle of this fiscal year and how we are appropriating money. We have put money in a lot of places, but the question is, if we are reading the data or we are interpreted wrongly, it means that our policy decisions are going to go into another direction, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Yes, almost true. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to talk just very quickly on another point here in terms of the $2.1 billion in subsidies, transfer and subsidies that we did today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, out of the $3.8 billion that we are moving today, $2.1 billion went to transfers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we look at, you know, the fact that a lot of this money is going into, you know, salaries and wages, and which is important, there's this whole issue of the amount of unemployment in this country. You know, there's some data that came out and said that we were at full employment based on the 4.7% that the International Labour Organization, they give you a little weighting that if you are anything under 5%, you are automatically at full employment. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, I mean, it's very difficult to look at some statistics that were presented during the Standing Finance Committee last week and to accept that we had full employment. When you look at the fact that the allocation for food cards plus the variation that we're adding on to it.
The employment statistics were not mentioned in the bill. in the Standing Finance Committee or in my contribution. 48.1, irrelevant.
Okay, so again, member, unless you can identify it within the supplementation and the explanation, you have to move on.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's 50,000 food cards that we are paying for every month. So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to just mention one other thing about the transfers and subsidies, the 2.1 billion in aggregate that is being transferred today. What is striking? The Minister of Finance is moving $313 million from the IDF, which is going to be spread across several ministries. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the IDF is part of the structure of our economic system, where the framers said, look, we must spend a particular amount of money in capital projects that will create jobs, put new investment, new technology. It moves machinery, manpower throughout the country to stimulate and generate activity. But this Minister of Finance, over the last few years, Mr. Deputy Speaker, every mid-year review, a chunk of money is moved from the IDF and brought into recurrent expenditure. And the problem is that you're taking that money out of the market that where you're building infrastructure, putting carpenters, welders, machinery to work. I think that is something that we need to be very careful, that we keep moving money from the IDF mid-year, money that should go into these capital projects, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is also a challenge that sometimes I wonder, and I know it was raised a little while ago in terms of why do we keep, under-appropriating every year. So,
meeting it was said about 20 times before.
Okay, remember, I was about to get I think that has been repeated by nearly every member this afternoon.
Please, so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in terms of on that, and I move on from that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's one other thing. I know we spoke a bit about, the fact that we are very happy. I was very happy to hear today that the minister identified what was going to happen with the VAT bonds for businesses. I think not having had that information before, I was pleased to hear that the bonds are going to be cashable at 100% of its value, and that it's going to be a 3-year bond with 3% interest. Suffice to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think we must be very careful that we must control the amount of VAT that we have owed to businesses, because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, VAT is really the working capital of businesses. Businesses need that money to churn in their working capital again, to do new investments, hire new people, really create some economic activity. So when the state holds on to this VAT, it really takes out a bunch of money from circulation. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, if one understands of how the multiplier effect of money works, this $7.8 billion that is owed in VAT to businesses, if it's in circulation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is worth about $24 billion in power in terms of money circulating. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my take on this is that the government, as happy as I am that he's finding $2 billion cash plus $3 billion in bonds to put it back into the business sector, I would like the minister to make an effort to reduce the overall VAT indebtedness as we go forward. Some mechanisms have to be found in place to deal with that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, finally, one of the things that was very clear in that report is the weakness of the policy making of this administration. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I urge the Minister of Finance, as he continues to read economic data that is being presented to us, let the minister try and formulate proper policies that will take us where we are and into a new future, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity for this very brief interjection. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable members, listen. Honorable members, while Mayaro was coming to his final point, 2 members on my left-hand side put up their hands. But I know earlier, right, the Minister of Finance, when the member for Mayaro came to his legs, had already stood. So again, Minister of Finance, are you willing to give way to? All right. So, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we can't
This is a hijacking of the debate.
Mr. Deputy, we cannot pre-recognize.
Listen, member, it's the same thing you did. It's the same thing you did. Tiny.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm ready.
1 second, 1 second. Listen. I think by now, Member for Upuch East, your Chief Whip has not brought you up to speed. Okay, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't know what all this noise is about. May I ask for your protection, sir? Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Member, before the adjournment, your question, you have the opportunity to ask your question and an answer will be provided.
Mr. Speaker, it is not a motion on the adjournment.
I know that clearly, but before we adjourn, your question will be entertained. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is often very difficult to speak after the member for Mayaro. The honorable member gets everything wrong. It's really hard. By way of example, the honorable member for Mayaro complained about taking money out of the Infrastructure Development Fund and putting it into recurrent expenditure. But in this Standing Finance Committee report, what we are doing is the opposite. We are taking money from the Consolidated Fund and putting it into the Infrastructure Development Fund to do the exact opposite of what the member was speaking about. In this supplementation, we are increasing the allocation to the Infrastructure Development Fund by $313 million. And what I found intriguing is when the honorable member for Mayaro was misleading the Parliament about taking money from the IDF and putting it into recurrent, he said the framers of the IDF never intended for that. The framers of the IDF were the P&M government under the Honorable Patrick Manning in 2007. As I said, the honorable member for Mayaro gets everything wrong. Everything wrong. By way of another example, and this is pertinent to this debate, I made the point that our cash balances at the central bank are in reasonably good shape because unlike the difficult years of 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020 when COVID hit and so on, where the overdraft very quickly accelerated to 90% and beyond, a couple days ago, the overdraft was at 30%. 8%. I made this point. The Honorable Member for Miaro, in seeking to try to discredit that fact, said, oh, it's because at this time of the year, people pay their taxes. So the Treasury is flush with taxes. And that is why the overdraft is in good condition. And it has nothing to do with me or the PNM government. Well, let me tell you what the facts are. While the Honorable Member was uttering that political foolishness, I went and I checked the cash balances. On January the 19th, nothing to do with end-of-year tax returns, because that is April 30th. The cash balances, the overdraft, was 27%. On February the 15th, again, nothing to do with tax payments, because that is not in my end of a quarter. It was 37%. On April the 13th, it was 39%. And on May the 4th, it was 36%. And on May the 8th, it was 38%. You see the pattern, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Absolutely nothing related to what the Honorable Member for Miaro would want us to believe. The fact of the matter is that from a cash flow position, we are in a much better place now than we were in those difficult years when oil dropped to $25 or when COVID hit and so on. It has nothing to do with the end of a quarter or payment of taxes. Nothing. So I just thought I would put that into the record. We have been averaging in the 30s and close to 40 for all of this fiscal year, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because we're in a better place than we used to be. Now let's go to what we're doing. It's very interesting that honorable members opposite would complain that we are supplementing the appropriation. If I go to the actual document submitted for the Standing Finance Committee, which then led to the report before us today, and I go to Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, and I go to sub-item 0400703, Children's Authority, and the member for Princestown has a special interest in this Children's Authority. We are supplementing the allocation for the Children's Authority in this fiscal year by $62 million. That is part of the supplementation. It will be the highest amount of money ever allocated to the Children's Authority since its inception. This year, the Children's Authority will be getting in the vicinity of $150 million, 3 times what they got under the former UNC administration. Are they opposed to that? We are giving the Tobago House of Assembly $100 million for infrastructure because of issues with bad weather. Are they opposed to the $100 million for the House of Assembly? The same infrastructure development fund that the member for Miaro got upside down and back to front. We are giving the Ministry of Education $105 million to make payments of arrears owed to contractors for construction work on schools. Is it that we shouldn't pay the contractors? We are giving the Ministry of Health $78 million for the construction of the Arima and the Point Fortin Hospital, the new admin building, the San Fernando Teaching Hospital. Is it that they want us to take back that $78 million and not give it to the Ministry of Health? We are giving the Ministry of Sport and Community Development $103 million for construction work on the Hazley Crawford Stadium, the Dwight Walk Stadium. Is it that they don't want the Hazley Crawford Stadium to be upgraded? They didn't do anything about the Hazley Crawford Stadium when they were in power. Is it that we must leave Hazley Crawford like that? We are giving the Ministry of Tourism $16 million for the Desperados Pan Theatre, the Arapita Avenue project. Is it that they don't want Despas to get the Pan Theatre? Is that what is going on? Because I'm listening to them. I'm listening to what they're saying, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I listened. In the Ministry of National Security, we are providing $4 million for parts and servicing of emergency tenders and other auxiliary vehicles assigned to the fire service. Is it that they don't want the fire service to get proper equipment? $2 million for firefighting, medical supplies, safety helmets, respirators for firemen. Is it that they don't want the firemen to get that? I am going to read it all out. We're giving, in the Attorney General allocation, $14 million for legal aid and advisory to pay public defenders to give lawyers to poor people who can't afford lawyers. Take back that $14 million too.
Members, please. Please. Please, members, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the Ministry of Health, we are giving $54 million to the Northwest Regional Health Authority to pay bills to suppliers, $25 million to the Eastern Health Authority to pay bills to suppliers, $162 million to the North Central Regional Health Authority to pay suppliers, and $79 million to the Southwest Regional Health Authority to pay suppliers. When you add that all up, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you are talking about over $300 million to make payments for trade payables, for oxygen, for medication, for essential medical supplies. They want us to take back that $300 million too and take that out of this? In the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, we are giving the ministry $600 million to subsidize gasoline and diesel. Take back that $600 million too, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Is that what they want? For the Health Services Support Program, $40 million. Take back that. For the COVID-19 emergency loan, $134 million. Take back that too. Because this is what this supplementation is all about, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, they are getting an additional $160 million. And it's distributed throughout all the regional corporations, and in particular to the Port of Spain Corporation. And you know what that is for, Mr. Speaker? Because the trade union at the Port of Spain Corporation was the first trade union to accept the government's offer of a wage increase. And this is for their back pay and their increased salaries. That's what's that for. So they mustn't get a back pay? Is that what they are saying? In the Ministry of Works and Transport, we have $167 million for drainage works, for desilting of rivers, for bridge repair, slope stabilization, road rehabilitation, and extra $167 million. Is it they want no roads fixed, no landslips repaired, no drains cleaned? That is what they are saying. In the Ministry of Works, $19.6 million for the contribution to the deficit on the ferry service. Is it that they want us to increase the fares on the ferry service? Is that what they want, Mr. Deputy Speaker? With respect to the police service, $100 million for repairs to vehicles, new vehicles, replacement of existing vehicles to give the police mobility. And one of the honorable members opposite made the point that this will double the allocation for vehicles for the police service, double what they have got for the last several years. Is it that the police mustn't get vehicles? And this is what this discussion is all about. If for the Ministry of Social Development, $348 million. $315 million additional for senior citizens, because every year the number of persons who qualify for senior citizens pension increases because we have an aging population and people are living longer. So we have to put an additional $314 million into the Ministry of Social Development for increase in the senior citizens grant. Is it that we must take that back and those people mustn't get their pension? Social assistance, another $14 million, so people mustn't get public assistance. Disability, $19 million, so we mustn't give people with disabilities disability grant. Is that what they are saying, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Because they speak out of two sides of their mouth. Out of two sides of their mouth. And you see, it really bothers me, because when we come here to do these supplementations, we deal with issues that honorable members opposite are always crying about. Not enough money for this, and not enough money for that, and you must increase the allocation here, and you must increase the allocation there. And when we have the Standing Finance Committee in the budget, which goes on for days, every single day, every single minute, more money here, more money there, more money there, why do I have money here? That is what we hear from them. So we are coming now in this supplementation to address all of these issues, all of these outstanding matters where suppliers and contractors are owed sums of money. We've had difficulty in the past in paying these bills, but a significant amount of this $3.8 billion is going to pay bills owed to suppliers. We are dealing with the backlog of arrears, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Why are they opposed to that? Why? And you see, I did make a reference to what is happening in the economy. And it is necessary for me to read into the record what is happening in the economy. And let me speak about the non-energy sector. And if you go to the Central Statistical Office website, it's published data, it's real data, it's accurate data, it's truthful data. It is not imaginary data, as some of their spokespersons like to spout. And I heard the member for Pointe-a-Pierre talking about some character who is always outside there trying to pour cold water on anything positive that happens in the economy. And I heard the most preposterous statement coming out from the member for Pointe-a-Pierre that that individual who needs to get examined used to work for me. I have never heard such foolishness. That particular individual, Roger Hossein, received a $2 million contract from the Minister of Planning, Botawari, under the UNC in the 2010 to 2015 period. $2 million. And I say that without fear of contradiction. That is on the Hansard already. Nonsense I have to hear. Nonsense I have to hear. Foolishness.
Silence, members.
So let's deal with the facts. You see, people can have opinions. They can do analysis, but they can't make up their own facts. So let's deal with what is on the CSO website. CSO website. The CSO tells us that in 2022, within the non-energy sector, the manufacturing sector, excluding petrochemicals and LNG, expanded by 16.5%. Let me say that again. In 2022, the manufacturing industry in Trinidad and Tobago, excluding petrochemicals and LNG, expanded by 16.5%. The biggest increase was in food and beverages, which surged, I'm reading from the report, surged by 27.6% during the first 9 months of 2022. 27% increase in output in the food and beverages sector in Trinidad and Tobago in the first 9 months of 2022. The textile sector increased by 3%. The other manufactured products sub-industry increased as well. The professional and technical services increased by 61.4%. Transport and storage by 27%. Accommodation and food services, 20.1%. Trade and repairs, 3.1%. These are all non-oil sectors of our economy, non-oil sectors, which increased by an average of 16% in 2022. Those are the facts. You can't make up your own facts. You could have your own opinion, but you can't make up your own facts. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also want to make the point that in 2015, when they demitted office, honorable members, our GDP was $160 billion. In 2023, I am very happy to say that our GDP is now $190 billion. And when I went to school, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can't speak for them. I'm not even sure some of them went to school. But when I went to school, 190 billion was always more than 160 billion. So let me repeat. Our GDP in 2015 was 160 billion. In 2023, it's $190 billion. And I also heard a most astonishing comment from the member from Piarco. In trying to discredit, imagine they're trying to discredit the IMF. With world-class economists, they're trying to discredit them. I heard a most astonishing statement from the member from Piarco, who said that the price of energy, whatever that is, that's some new term that I've never heard about, the price of energy in 2022 was higher than it will be in 2023. And therefore, when the IMF predicts that our real GDP will increase by 3.2%, the IMF don't know what they're talking about, because the price of energy in 2022 was higher than it will be in 2023, so they're wrong. I wish to inform honorable members opposite, because some of you might get carried away with that nonsense. The difference between real GDP and nominal GDP is determined by a base year. In Trinidad and Tobago, the Central Statistical Office rebased our GDP using 2012 as the base year. They did that sometime in 2018, 2019. They took the prices of all products in our economy in 2012. And then they look at volume. So keeping prices constant, you look at volume. And that is how you measure real GDP. Real GDP does not measure prices. It measures volume. So when you have an increase in real GDP, it means there's an increase in production. It has nothing to do with prices. Prices are affected by nominal GDP, which is GDP at current market prices in 2023. So when the IMF, with their world-class economists, say that they expect the Trinidad and Tobago economy to increase in terms of real GDP by 3.2% in 2023, they means that production in Trinidad and Tobago is going to increase by 3.2%. It has nothing to do with prices and prices of energy, for that matter, whatever that is, because I don't think that exists. And I understand now why the UNC avoided the Article 4 consultation in 2015, because they were clearly afraid of what the IMF was going to say in 2015. It would not have been good for them in the 2015 election. It served no purpose because they lost anyway. So anyway, let me go to the matter at hand, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have come today to ask for a supplementation. The report of the Standing Finance Committee asked for a supplementation in the amount of $3.8 billion, $3.852 billion. As I've pointed out, this money will go to put cash into our economy and boost economic activity. It will go to pay arrears. In the same way, we are going to deal with arrears of VAT refunds with a combination of bonds and cash. And I want to reiterate that after we pay those bonds, for which anybody who gets them can cash them in at a commercial bank, 100 cents on the dollar, immediately. We've already paid out $2 billion in cash refunds in VAT already for the year. We'll be doing another billion or so. In this year, 2023, VAT refunds are going to total $6 billion. Probably the most amount of VAT refunds in the last 15 years in Trinidad and Tobago. And we are doing that because, as I said, we recognize that cash flow is the lifeblood of industry. And this is our way of dealing with this problem. We inherited $5 billion in liabilities and VAT from them, you know, Mr. Deputy Speaker. $5 billion is what we met when we came in, $5 billion. And we have had to deal with that since then. So we are supplementing the appropriation. Of course, the projected deficit, because my public servants are very conservative. So even though expenditure is not exactly what they projected, they are projecting that we will spend the entire amount. So of course, the original deficit was 1.5 billion, and if we're adding another 3.8, of course the deficit will go up if we spend all of the money in the appropriation. But be that as it may, and it's about time we start spending some money in this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because people have been holding back for too long. So they could say what they want, Mr. Deputy Speaker. For 5 years, they ran deficit budgets. For 5 years, they had money coming through their nose. Oil price $100, gas $13, money coming through their nose, and they were still running deficit budgets every single year. Every single year that they were in office, they ran a deficit budget. So I pay no attention when the member for Piarco speaks about a deficit budget, because that is exactly what they did for 5 years. But we intend to put some money into the economy, to stimulate the economy, to put money into the productive sector, to put cash into businesses so that it can create jobs and stimulate economic activity. For the first half of the year, we're doing quite well. We had projected to have a deficit by this time in the vicinity of $800 million by the end of March. That was the projected deficit by the end of March. And so far, by the end of March, the actual deficit is $560 million. So our actual outturn is better than we anticipated when we came into this Parliament in September of 2022. These supplementations, we consider them to be absolutely essential. And I'll use just one example. The additional $62 million that is going to the Children's Authority, we consider that to be absolutely essential. And so do we consider the other supplementations to be important and essential. The old age pension, the senior citizens, the public assistance, the $100 million for the police vehicles, we consider all of this to be very, very important. The $600 million to continue subsidizing the cost of fuel, we consider all of that to be very, very important. And before I finish, last year we spent almost $1.5 billion in fuel subsidy. This year we will spend close to $1.6 billion in fuel subsidy, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to make that point, because in our budget predictions, we have always spoken about limiting the subsidy to $1 billion. But we have gone way beyond that, and it has nothing to do with the Petroleum Subsidy Fund. The subsidy that the government pays, this year we'll pay $1.6 billion in fuel subsidy. Last year it was almost the same amount. That $1.6 billion is in addition to the subsidy that is paid from the Petroleum Subsidy Fund. The real subsidy is close to $2 billion. But because there's a fund, that does not have to come out of the consolidated fund. It comes from the Petroleum Subsidy Fund. So when we speak about subsidy, we don't include the funding from the Petroleum Subsidy Fund. I just wanted to clear that up, because the member for Pointe-a-Pierre was shouting a lot of nonsense during his contribution. And with those few words, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that this House adopt the second report of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives for the third session 2022-2023, 12th Parliament, on the consideration of proposals for the supplementation and variation of appropriation for the fiscal year 2023. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Bills, second reading.
The Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2023 Act 2022 be now read a second time, and I do not wish to run afoul of Standing Order 55, because everything that is relevant to this bill has already been debated in the previous debate, and I therefore beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled "An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2023, Act 2022, be now read a second time." I recognize the member for Opuch East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for recognizing me. Mr. Deputy Speaker, just to be clear, how much time do I have for this contribution?
Again, as the first responder, you have 30 minutes initially, and then you have an additional 15 once you care to avail yourself.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it's good that the Minister would take his seat while I journey to the podium, as he did before, and left me at my chair. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's a famous saying, what you miss on the roundabout, you get on the turn. So I will now occupy the crease for the turn. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise to contribute on the bill before us, a very important bill, very critical bill. The bill is entitled, "The Finance Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation Financial Year 2023, Bill 2023. This bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, deals with the increase to heads of expenditure, various heads of expenditure, an overall increase, of course, of $3.952 billion, almost $4 billion, transferred to several heads, including the President, the Auditor General, the Parliament, the Service Commissions, statutory authorities, going down the line, of course, other ministries, and so on. Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the record, the Minister, in moving this very important bill, did not, of course, speak on the bill, but prefaced his piloting the bill by indicating that all the materials from the relevant debate we had earlier on the report are relevant to this. So you will now understand why I can depend on some of that material in my contribution, because the Minister said that was the material that would be relevant. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to focus on a few heads and to reflect on the nature of the increases. Earlier, when I rose to speak on the motion, it would have been for a short while, but for this bill, I think I will need all my time. Had I the opportunity on the report, I would have really been brief, but the bill encouraged me to take all my time. And it is a lesson that this Minister of Finance must learn, that it pays to be gracious. It pays. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have had explanations emanating from the government on the matters before us.
So
and
Deputy
we did.
Speaker 48-1, there were no explanations.
Minister said he begs to move, and he said nothing because all the materials from the earlier debate were relevant to this. He said that. Bring the Hansard.
Again, Honourable Member, kindly proceed, and again, the chair will determine the extent of, your discourse.
Deputy Speaker, I would begin with the head number 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, for which there is an increase of $100 million. And the $100 million that the government intends to, the government requests and is seeking the approval of this House by way of the bill now, that $100 million has to do, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the matters involving the increase to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service for the purpose of procuring vehicles. Now, we all know that the vehicles and the complement of vehicles constitute a very important and critical dimension to the operations of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, when one reflects on the reason for this increase in the bill before us, it is the $100 million for the purpose of increasing the fleet of vehicles. And in the public domain, public documents, now in the public domain, there was an explanation that was provided for Head 64, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for Head 64. And it spoke to break up this $100 million in the public domain. We had that information circulated, that you would use $38 million for maintenance of vehicles, and in the development program, you needed $27.1 million to expand the fleet. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the minister at no time, and since the minister chose not to speak on the bill, I will ask questions emanating from the bill that the minister chose not to speak about. Exactly how many vehicles are you going to obtain to procure with this? How many vehicles are already in the fleet? To what extent, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the minister also concentrating on the repair of vehicles, on dealing with the fleet of vehicles to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service?
48.1, all of those matters are relevant to the previous debate. Those questions were asked and answered at the Standing Finance Committee and in the report of the committee and in the responses to questions arising out of that committee. This is not a debate about the SFC report. This is a debate only about a bill.
One second. Again, so member, I'll give you some leeway, all right? But again, tie it in quickly, because as the minister rightly said, no information was forthcoming. So kindly proceed.
So then I will ask the minister if he did not provide information. Mr. Minister, what is this $100 million for?
Mr. Deputy
Since
Speaker,
we have not heard, I will ask him, because
Mr. Deputy
this
Speaker,
has nothing to do with the debate we had earlier.
Order,
so I cannot ask questions.
48.1.
Again, as I said, member, tie it in quickly.
The bill before us speaks about $100 million for
1B, persistent, irrelevant, tedious repetition of himself.
Again, proceed. Member, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I understand the anxiety of the member for Port of Spain North. He was 57 out of 57 for the post of
Standing Order 48.1. This has nothing to do with the bill.
Member, I have told you to proceed. So let's get on with the business.
Thank you.
It's late in the evening.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, please protect me. Mr. Deputy Speaker, protect me from the rejected Port of Spain North who came 57 out of 57.
Deputy Speaker, 48.1, 48.4, 48.6. This is not a puppy show. Irrelevant, insulting, disorderly.
Okay, members. Member for Orupuch East, you have my protection. Kindly proceed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will proceed as I look at the bill before me and I ask the following questions based on the bill before me. I ask through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm asking the minister, when he winds up this debate on this bill, as he is entitled to, as he must, when the minister I want your attention, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Yes, thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, not having the benefit of an opening address by the Minister, I will pose questions to the Minister, and in his wind-up,
Mr. Deputy
he may choose
Speaker,
to answer the questions.
55(1)(b, that's the fourth time he has said that. 55(1)(b.
Again, proceed.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, let me address you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am asking how much vehicles would they purchase with $100 million?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, 48(1) and 55(1)(b. Tedious repetition and irrelevant.
I have several questions to ask.
Again, members, yes, it may be late, but we have some serious business to get on with. All right, members? So again, remember you would have asked 2 of the questions already, so could you move on to probably what's your third question?
Related to Head 64, I'd like to ask the Minister in his wind-up if he's aware that we have 375 vehicles at Komoto right now, police vehicles as well, and whether part of that $100 million can go towards repairs of these vehicles, 375, which includes motorcycles, cars, SUVs, Jeeps, 25-seater buses, etc., in need of repair, and whether in that $100 million, the Minister will provide a fraction of it, I imagine, to fix vehicles that are already abandoned in Komoto. I'll ask him if he could reflect on that to answer in his wind-up to the debate. I also want to ask the Minister a related question on Head 64. I'm shocked they didn't get up on 48(1). I would like to ask a related question. We are informed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are 150 vehicles across the country at police stations awaiting repairs. They are not at Komoto, but they are across the country. That is a lot of vehicles to be abandoned at police stations awaiting repairs. Whether the Minister will consider, from the $100 million provided under Head 64 in the bill before us, whether the Minister will provide to fix those vehicles, 150 vehicles, whether he will provide for it as well in the $100 million, because as at this moment in this debate on the bill, we don't know exactly what he's doing with this $100 million because he did not tell us when he opened the debate on this bill. So in the absence of that, I want to ask if any of that money could be used, because when we do the math, we are looking, Mr. Deputy Speaker, at almost 600 vehicles owned by the TTPS, which are either at Komoto or at police stations throughout the country in need of repair, in need of basic parts and so on, and whether the part of the, let's say, the $100 million that they are providing for in the bill before us can be used for that purpose. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know you would want me to march on, so I will look now at another head in the bill, because we are not concerning any other debate at this moment, but another head in the bill. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the head deals with the Ministry of National Security. And in the Ministry of National Security, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's a provision for $76 million. Excuse me? Oh, it's on? Okay, sorry. In the Ministry of National Security, there is a provision, I believe, for $76 million for some type of connectivity program, platform, hardware and software for the CCTV cameras. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wanted to put on record our deep concern with this, because you see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, again, not having the benefit of an opening address on this matter, the Strategic Services Agency, SSA, that the Minister is seeking to provide resources to via this transfer, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that agency appeared before a Joint Select Committee of Parliament on the 30th of November 2022.
the very agency that is requesting this money. And that agency, through its representatives at that meeting, I have the Hansard in my hand. I prefer not to call the names of the persons who gave information and so on. But they indicated when asked by members of the committee that out of the approximately 1,700 CCTV cameras, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the SSA was responsible for only 77 cameras. 77 out of that target of 1,700, I believe, more or less. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that raised an alarm because if they are responsible for 77 cameras, how could you be asking for $76 million if they have 77 cameras under their purview, so to speak? That, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is a matter that I wanted to raise. Now, again, not having the benefit of an opening address and explanation by the Honorable Minister on the bill. The Minister made no address on the bill. He left us in the dark. He told us nothing about why he needs this $3.9 million. He left us in the dark. I am asking him to explain this matter of this SSA having 77 cameras but needs $76 million. Is it to purchase new cameras? Is it to fix and repair the existing camera network, Mr. Deputy Speaker? And Mr. Deputy Speaker, what is also of use for me in this debate on the bill to highlight, Mr. Deputy Speaker, although, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are dealing with Head 22, incidentally, just for the record. And in Head 22, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are dealing with the CCTV cameras and the need, according to the bill before us, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to provide $76 million to the Ministry of National Security for the purpose of some type of CCTV rollout and software, some major software investment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it must shock the country to know that the provision of information in the public domain by the Ministry of National Security tells us clearly that out of 1,796 cameras, Mr. Deputy Speaker, 46% or 829 are not fully functional. Imagine 829 cameras not fully functional. That is 46% of the amount of cameras in Trinidad and Tobago. If you just, separate it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Tobago, would you believe 52% of the CCTV cameras are not operationalized? They are not fully operational. And in Trinidad, that would be 45% or 730 cameras. So over 50% of the cameras in Tobago not working. 46% of the cameras in Trinidad and Tobago not working. And in the public domain, information is provided to say that while this is the situation they're describing as functional with limitations, in the public domain they are saying that. I would like the Minister of Finance to explain to us what is functional with limitations. And if it is that this is the horrible state of affairs with CCTV cameras, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I put it to the House that we ought not to be taking $76 million to buy new cameras. We ought to be fixing the existing cameras. We ought to be fixing that, given how important this is in crime fighting as a fundamental basic tool, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to move on, as you will want me to Head 01 President, that finds itself in the bill before us. Again, the Minister told us absolutely nothing about what is the purpose of that particular transfer. He left us in the dark, in the cold with that. But we are seeing, according to the bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which I am religiously adhering to, the bill speaks about 01 President, $10.7 million. And part of that operation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it would surprise you, is to provide buildings and so on. We have been told in the public space it is to pay UDCOT some monies, expenses to the President, vehicle fleet and so on. I would like to ask the Minister a question again, since we had no benefit of an opening address. whether or not this $10 million is also to provide facilities for the police officers, hardworking police officers, who journey every single weekend to Mayaro and have to operate and work in a tent at the side of the road in the sun without proper facilities for refreshment, for washroom facilities, for basic rests and so on, without absolutely any provisions for themselves as Trinidad and Tobago police officers, venturing out in the dark, cold wind and so on in Mayaro every weekend to, of course, be at the beck and call of Her Excellency and the First Gentleman, Senior Counsel. Is this the money that will be used to provide facilities for the entourage and security detail of the President while journeying to Mayaro every weekend, as the President is now wont to? The Minister could have clarified that if he spoke on the bill, but chose, of course, not to speak at all on this bill before us. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was shocked that at head number 18, Ministry of Finance, according to the bill, $313.7 million, the minister told us absolutely nothing about what is that to be used for. What exactly is that to be used for? And he told us don't refer to any other debate because that is not relevant here. So again, we are asking the minister to tell us exactly what that is for. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in looking through some of the information in the public domain, I was personally taken aback, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I looked and I heard in the news that part of this was concerning the San Fernando Skinner Park project. Mr. Speaker, is a contractor named York Structures Limited that has undertaken the Skinner Park redevelopment. When that project started, they were saying that it is the construction of a brand new Skinner Park in San Fernando. Mr. Speaker, I live a stone throw away from Skinner Park. When you pass there, it is the same fence, the same lawn tennis court, the same gateway that was built in 1958 or 54, somewhere there. All they have done is put up 2 or 3 pavilions in that place and maybe change the light bulbs. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is shocking to note that according to this bill before us and the amount of monies they contemplate for Head 28 under the Ministry of Health, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they are adding another $81 million for San Fernando redevelopment, Skinner Park redevelopment. $81 million on what we are told is already a bill of $111 million. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are dealing with a bill more or less $200 million for 3 pavilions in San Fernando, when everything else remained the same. And this is phase 1. There's a second phase to come that speaks to underground parking in what is popularly known as the second ground. I would like to ask the minister, is this part of the first phase, the second phase, the last phase? What is this for? This money is here. And when you add the money owing to the contractor, $48 million, with another 10, that's $58 million, and another 23 to settle outstanding invoices, it is indeed $81 million that this government, through this bill before us, is seeking to allocate. And those are, Mr. Deputy Speaker, some of the very important questions that I wanted to raise at this time concerning the redevelopment of Skinner Park. Mr. Deputy Speaker, another point that caught my attention from the bill is this matter of I notice all the senior counsel applicants have left, but I won't get help there. Mr. Deputy Speaker, number 57 is not here. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, Office of the Prime Minister I'm looking at. And in the Office of the Prime Minister is Head 13 in our bill. And Head 13 in our bill is $125.5 million in our bill. Again, I will ask questions on this matter since the minister chose willfully and deliberately not to address the bill. And then said to anybody speaking, we're not talking about an earlier debate. So we'll have to put it in questions, as I am happy to do. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the public space as well, I wanted to ask the minister, is part of this monies, Mr. Deputy Speaker, almost $15 million. Is it, Mr. Minister, and you could say in your extensive winding up, is it for the National Security Council Secretariat under the Office of the Prime Minister? You see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I raised this as a very serious issue. The National Security Council Secretariat and the National Security Council is a subcommittee of the Parliament, like the Finance and General Purpose Committee, what we would call the Social Development Committee. There are many committees of Parliament. Regular, they meet, the Legislative Review Committee or something like that. They meet. The National Security Council is meant to be a subcommittee of the Cabinet, there for the purpose of policy, of making policy, of taking reports from the protective services, police, defense force, intelligence, and so on, and providing resources of some kind where they can, through that committee, they can go to Cabinet with a recommendation. Just as, for example, Finance and General Purpose will bring a recommendation to Cabinet. National Security Council can bring a recommendation to Cabinet. So we are taken aback on this side that they require a further almost $12 million for Secretariat and operational expenses. So I asked the Minister, what are these operational expenses? This is a subcommittee of Parliament. The FNGP don't have operational expenses. What are these operational expenses that require $11 million? Because we have had this concern and complaint about this, the conduct of this government, that they are making the National Security Council almost an arm of a ministry, functioning like a ministry, a department, hiring people to investigate. They hired a former judge to investigate this, investigate that. They are procuring services when that is a subcommittee of Parliament. And $11 million is a lot of money for operational expenses, in addition to almost $5 million for the Secretariat. Now, Secretariat could mean, I imagine, staff, technical staff as well. But we are very concerned. Is the National Security Council procuring arms and ammunition? Are they procuring for themselves vehicles? Are they building out a defense ministry of some kind? What are they doing with millions of dollars? There was a time in this country when to run the National Security Secretariat was a couple $100,000, and there's no operational expense. There's no foreign travel by members of the National Security Council. They are ministers. If they travel, their ministry will pay. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that was a question I wanted to put out there and ask the diligent Minister of Finance to respond. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's also a conflict brewing, and again, had the Minister been kind enough to allow anyone to contribute to earlier debates and make an opening statement here today on the bill, we would have asked the question, I'm sure. You see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the public space, we are being told that under the Office of the Prime Minister, the cost of the Regional Symposium on Crime and Violence had moved from $1.5 to $3.4 million. In 1 week, it moved from 1.5 Prime Minister announced to 3.4 Minister in Office of Prime Minister announced. According to Mr. Deputy Speaker, information in the public domain, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has also indicated on record that whatever expenses they incurred will go to the Office of the Prime Minister. So that bill for the crime symposium can well climb beyond $3.4 million to the $15 million we spoke about earlier, and the government rejected. So what exactly is the cost of the Regional Symposium on Crime and Violence as a public health issue? If you're increasing it by a couple millions every week, when will it end, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Mr. Deputy Speaker, the head 79 Ministry of Sports and Community Development, we know of the money is there. That's what the record is, $2.1 million. But I would leave the other speakers who will follow me. I think there were 8 speakers to follow me here. I would leave them to raise those matters, and they will have to raise it as questions to the minister who chose not to have an opening address. So I don't want to trespass, as some members of this House does on LAN. I don't want to trespass on the other members of my team who will be shadowing other ministries and so on. Mr. Deputy Speaker, regrettably, we haven't heard in the public domain from the Minister of Works and Transport I am told he was indeed lurking around, but beat a hasty retreat when they prevented the member from Oropuchis from speaking. Mr. Deputy Speaker, under head 43, I want to dwell on that a bit from the bill. Let's get back to that bill quickly. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport. Unless I'm mistaken, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it looks like $400 million. Yeah, 400 million, I think. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when the minister winds up, or if the relevant minister will present himself here, I don't know. When the minister winds up, he may want to break down that $400 million and to tell us exactly what they are going to use that for and where and how. And in the short space of time, this is the May, end of May will come upon us. In those short months, June, July, August, September, 4 months, what are you going to do with $400 million? There can be no development work. This appears to us, although we heard nothing about it, to be paying bills. To be paying bills and to be paying principal and interest and to be paying all of those things. So when I hear, Mr. Deputy Speaker, someone, I forgot who, but I was hearing some noise earlier about the opposition don't want drain and the opposition don't want grung and the opposition don't want to get payments for salary and the opposition don't want. That really is rubbish.
Well,
Yeah.
Your initial speaking
Already.
time has elapsed. You have an additional 15.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yourself?
Yes, thank you. Very kind. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I should really have spoken on a matter earlier today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, so the minister can tell us what are the $400 million, where will it go? How can paying back bills? Because if it is the minister is thinking, because I don't know what is in his head, he didn't give us an opening address. If he is thinking, dreaming, pondering, considering that this will stimulate the economy, and it's time we spend money, man. How stimulating the economy is paying money owe people 5 years ago? We're stimulating with that. You're not going to create jobs, the jobs gone. You're not going to get income redistribution, they pay wages already. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't think we should accept any dreaming about stimulating the economy from this bill before us. I don't know what happened before. I don't know any matter before. But from what we have before us, I am not sure that we are going to be stimulating anything by paying interest and principal. Because if you use 60% of the money to pay interest and principal on loan, what's stimulating? You're stimulating the bank. You're stimulating the bank. You're not going to stimulate the economy. You're not going to stimulate business, small-scale, medium-sized business, construction, and so on. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in this context, we take note an article in the newspaper just today, Trinidad Cement Limited, almost 100% drop in sales. Now, if you want to measure economic activity, always you look at construction. And if you want to measure construction, incidentally, always you look at the sale of cement. The sale of cement is probably the best indicator. It is certainly not scientifically the best, but it is one of the best indicators of the strength, resilience, and robustness of an economy is the sale of cement. And when TCL can tell you that sales and revenue drop, what is the would-be senior counsel saying now? This man, the government rejected him. Yes.
The member made a point of order, and again, no need to respond.
Sure.
Right? So again, member, move on to another point, please. And again, you clearly know what you're about. We went through that at the beginning of your discourse, so please stick within the parameters.
Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will reflect very briefly on the Ministry of Works and Transport to ask the minister the pertinent question. What is the $400 million for, and how will that stimulate the economy, assuming it is for interest and principal payments and the like? Then that cannot stimulate anything. I'll move on, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There's just one heading, I think, again, that I wish to reflect on. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Ministry of Rural Development, Local Government, that ministry has a further increase, I believe, of $160 million. My colleague from St. Augustine may choose to address the House in this debate on the critical matter of the regional corporations and what that may do. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will say on 65, although my colleague from Naparima, I'm sure, will speak on head 65 later in the proceedings, 65 Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, almost $50 million. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the minister was not kind enough to tell us what exactly that is for. What exactly is the minister asking under head 65? Because you see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in closing, I can say that we don't know what this is for 65. But what we do know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that this government has taken about 12 hours and they cannot answer one simple question on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and CARICOM Affairs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, almost a Deputy Minister, I thank you and would allow any colleague of mine. Oh, I see Princess Tong has risen there to speak. Thank you.
Member for Princess Tong. Member for which East, you haven't returned to your desk and I'm hearing you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for recognizing me and allowing me to join in debate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my contribution has to do with the bill that is currently before the House. And if we look at item 4, it says in the bill, the sum appropriated by the financial year 2023 Act 2022, the head of expenditure specified in the first column of part 2 of the schedule is reduced by the amount specified in the second column of that part. But if we look prior to that, it says the sums appropriated by the financial year 2023 Act 2022, the heads of expenditure specified in the first column of part 1 of the schedule are increased by the amount specified in the second column of that part. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will pay particular attention to part 1 of the schedule in the bill. And I'm looking specifically at line item in the schedule, 2 specific areas. 1, the Office of the Prime Minister, and 2, the area that deals with the Ministry of Public Utilities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the bill, schedule part 1, line item 13, Office of the Prime Minister, $125,502,845. And I will adopt the approach taken by the member for Oropouche East in light of no details or explanation or statements coming from the Minister of Finance in piloting the bill. And just like my colleague from Oropouche East, I too would like to ask some specific questions in areas with respect to the schedule of the bill, part 1, in the area of 13, Office of the Prime Minister, in an area that has not been traversed before. And that has to do with the allocation of $62 million to the Children's Authority. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the questions that I have emanating from that in the schedule, part 1, line item 13 in the bill, has to do with the area first identified for the Children's Authority in the area of personnel. And the questions that I would like to ask the Minister of Finance in his response would be how many specialized positions will be filled at the Children's Authority with the allocation of the $62 million in line item 13, Office of the Prime Minister, in the schedule of the bill. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, that question comes against the backdrop.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Standing Order 48.1, there's nothing in the bill about personnel.
Remember, you are at head
13, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it is an...
And Children's Authority.
Yes.
Right, and... Right, okay, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if the member for Aruka Maloney was in the House for most of today's proceedings...
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Standing Order 48.1, again, my in or out of the House is not relevant to this bill.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm dealing specifically with the schedule in the bill.
Member for Princess Tong, I have ruled there is no need to comment subject to the ruling. Proceed.
Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the schedule of the bill, Office of the Prime Minister, I'm asking for for the allocation of the Children's Authority under that line item to the Minister of Finance. How many specialized positions will be filled with the allocation in the schedule? And this comes against the backdrop of over 700 vacancies at the Children's Authority. And therefore, I'm using the opportunity when I'm looking at the bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, under the schedule, Part 1, Office of the Prime Minister, the allocation of 62 million, to ask out of the 700 vacancies that exist at the Children's Authority, under this line item in the bill, how much of that will go towards ensuring that these specialized positions will be filled? Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we look at an organization like the Children's Authority being funded by the supplementation through this bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you will see that almost 700 vacancies at the Children's Authority exist, and therefore the question must be answered by the Minister of Finance in terms of how do we go about protecting our children if the Children's Authority has so many vacancies existing, and the Minister of Finance has not answered that question, and therefore I'm posing that question through the bill, in particular line item 13, Office of the Prime Minister, the allocation of $62 million. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would also like to ask the Honourable Minister of Finance with respect to the supplementation and the bill currently before the House under the schedule, Part 1, line item 13 again. What minor equipment will be purchased with this allocation of 62 million? How will this assist in the functioning of the authority? Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have seen across the board the challenges and the woes at the Children's Authority. We have heard time and time again of the inadequacy, the constant underfunding, under-resourcing and understaffing. And despite how many protestations we receive from the member for Tobago East, this is a reality that exists, that the Children's Authority continues to be understaffed and under-resourced. And Mr. Deputy Speaker,
it's been going on for quite a while. It's not tied into the line item. It's not tied into the bill. The member for Tobago East is certainly not part of the bill or the debate, and we've heard enough about the Children's Authority that is not a direct component of the bill before us.
Again, member, I would have given you some leeway, so move to the next point, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm asking these questions in light of line item 13, Office of the Prime Minister, with $125,502,845 in Schedule Part 1. And the questions that I'm asking is emanating out of the bill when you look at the schedule under line item 13. And therefore, the other question that I want to ask Mr. Deputy Speaker, in keeping with the bill that is before the House and asking the relevant questions of the Minister in terms of what the expenditure will be utilized for and how the $62 million will be utilized to operationalize and bring greater functionality to the Children's Authority, I turn my attention to internal security controls at the Children's Authority through the Office of the Prime Minister in the schedule, Part 1, line item 13, $125,502,845. And the question that I have, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is in relation to this particular line item. What internal security controls will be utilized for the overview of the children's homes by the Children's Authority? What is the scope of this item when we look at Part 1 schedule?
Already on that, and I told you to move on from that particular line item.
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm asking another question
that is
with respect to this particular line item. And I'm taking the very same approach that the member for Rebuttal did with respect to asking these line item questions.
Member, again, right? I have ruled already, and you said you were moving on to another item. Please. And again, keep it within the precedent that has already been set.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I turn your attention again, if we're looking at the bill that's before the House, under the Ministry of Public Utilities, line item 39, $508 million. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in this supplementation, it is one of the areas that has the greatest number in terms of how much the ministry is being supplemented by. And this is contained again in the schedule of the bill under line item 39, Ministry of Public Utilities. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the question that lies with this particular line item in the schedule has to do with the under-budgeting of the salaries of WASA workers. Over 300 million in contract employment. And the question is, how many employees does this affect?
Makes no reference to WASA. WASA discussion was in the Standing Finance Committee, which is completely separate to the bill.
Hold the objection. And again, stick within the parameters in terms of what we identified already. Again, I would not like to get up on my legs again on this. Please,
Mr. Deputy, thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'll ask the question in a different way that may be more applicable. Under the Ministry of Public Utilities, there's an allocation of 508 million. Can the Minister tell us what this 508 million will be used for? Will this be used for salaries? Would this be used for contract employment? Can the Honourable Minister indicate how this will affect the organization?
Those questions were answered in the report in the Standing Finance Committee, which is separate from the bill.
Again, member, move on to your next.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'll turn your attention to line item 78, and that has to do with the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is another area where we have in the schedule of the bill a large expenditure in terms of the supplementation of $348,172,814. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the questions in relation to those would be with respect to the expenditure there in terms of the supplementation of the direct use under line item 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services for this particular line item. Mr. Deputy Speaker, several of these areas that I have traversed, we have not had the benefit of the Minister of Finance providing us with any explanations in terms of what is actually contained in the bill. And this is traversed in almost 15 areas of the bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with a total of $3,952,055,829, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The government has taken the approach, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we must ask nothing. The government has taken the approach that we must not raise these critical areas, and therefore the failure of government ministers to provide details.
Standing Order 48.6, please.
And again, member, that is not the approach, all right? That is not the approach that is being taken by this chair. So again, stick to the script. What's your other point?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I said, there are 15 areas that are affected in terms of the supplementation through this bill. There are some areas that the member for Oropouche East identified as critical areas. There are some areas that I traversed in terms of areas that I think requires a response from the government. I know other colleagues are prepared to raise critical areas in their shadow portfolios that is specifically relevant to the bill that is currently before the House, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, again, in the few minutes that I will take, just to traverse the particular line items that I'm hoping that the Minister of Finance will bring clarity to, would have to deal with specifically line item 13. This is an area that was mentioned in passing by the Minister of Finance, but without any certainty, without any clarity. Also, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services under 78. These are critical areas that affect, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the majority of citizens throughout Trinidad and Tobago, and they had to have a particular interest in terms of this expenditure through the supplementation in the schedule part 1 of the bill. particularly also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Ministry of Public Utilities. So I've placed on a public record the questions that we want answers to, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But like this debate, I think the population will see through the lack of responses coming from the government as they continue to duck, run and hide from the population of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the member, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will not require to go into the...
Member, it will be under 5 minutes.
Yes. I am very familiar with the standing orders, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Very familiar with them. And because I'm very familiar with them, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is why I'm aware of the abuse of the Parliament's rules that has just taken place. I have just heard two honourable members pretend to the national population, pretend to themselves, pretend to their colleagues that all of the questions they raised have not been addressed. That is a figment of their imagination. It is an untruth. It is a diabolical untruth. We have spent in this House 7 hours in Standing Finance Committee answering every single one of those questions and more. And today, what time is it? 10:44. For 8 hours in this House today, we have answered every single one of those questions that they pretended that were not addressed. It is ridiculous. It is reprehensible, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is just wrong. That is the UNC way. It is an abuse, pretending to those who are listening that we did not address these matters, that we did not explain this, and we did not explain that. Was irrelevant.
Again, please.
Of this outburst.
Member, thank you. Overruled. Overruled. Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, how could me making the point that every 2 seconds they were saying they didn't answer this and they didn't answer that and they didn't speak about that. It is a reprehensible untruth. For 16 hours, we have explained every single thing in here.
Mr. Deputy Speaker,
it's ridiculous. It's a gross abuse of this House. I beg to move.
Can the Minister...
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, issue of which was authorised by the Appropriation Financial Year 2023 Act 2022 be now read a third time and passed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2023, Act 2022.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In accordance with Standing Order 87.2, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2023 Act 2022 be forthwith.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am failing to follow the Honourable Minister. Could you just repeat what he's saying, please?
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2023, Act 2022, be now read a third time and passed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. as requested. Procedure.
Call what vote? No. After I, then you say
Members,
a division.
please.
If you all would read your standing.
Procedural clerk, proceed.
Mrs. Robinson Regis.
Aye.
Mr. Imbert.
Yes.
Mr. Young.
Yes.
Mr. Hines.
Aye.
Mr. Dialse.
Yes.
Mr. Alwari.
Most certainly.
Ms. Beckles.
Yes.
Mrs. Webster-Roy.
Aye.
Ms. Kojo.
Aye.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mr. McClatchy.
Yes.
Mr. Cummings.
Yes.
Mr. Leons.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Manning.
Aye.
Mrs. Morris Julian.
Aye.
Mr. Scotland.
Aye.
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Mr. Monroe.
Yes.
Mr. Charles.
Wait, just small pin.
Mr. Charles.
Yes. Small pin and no advice. I don't know yet.
Mr. Lee.
Yes.
Ms. Amin.
Yes.
Small pin.
Mr. Indar Singh.
Huh? Yes.
Mr. Padar.
Yes.
Dr. Munilal.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Hussain.
Yes.
Mr. Parry.
Yes.
Ms. Benjamin.
Yes.
Mr. Ramboli.
Yes.
Dr. Bodo.
Yes.
Mr. Ram.
Yes.
Dr. Rakvir.
Yes.
Ms. Mohit.
Yes.
Ms. Haynes. Dr. Sicharan.
Yes. Yes.
Mrs. Prasad Bisasa.
Yes.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the result of the division is as follows. 36 members voted for, no members voted against, and there were no abstentions.
Honorable members, for the division, a vote of 36 members for, none against, no abstention. Motion is carried.
A bill entitled An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2023 Act 2022.
Honorable members, before I call on the Leader of the House, Oropouche East, I need to confirm whether your question has been withdrawn or not before I proceed. Right, so for the records, thank you. Leader of the House.
speaking? You speaking? Okay, well, when you're ready, when you speak.
As the minister to answer the urgent question, that question has been filed an hour before the sitting, and the minister can't find it fit to come to this house to answer that question involving the breach of a...
Honorable members, there is a clear procedure that has been adopted by this house. Many times, when ministers are not present, we call on the leader of the house accordingly. So again, as I asked, the member has withdrawn, so now I proceed to the leader of the house.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we were told that this question was withdrawn. You also confirmed you were not here. Superior, you were not here.
Members.
By the member
What is the relevance of whether Superior was here?
By the member for Oropuch East.
And who you shouting at?
Members.
I'm shouting at Superior because she was not here.
Leader of the house. Leader of the house.
The member for Oropuch East withdrew the question.
You weren't here either.
I was here when the member for Oropuch East withdrew.
What is this?
And you rose and asked again. You won't tell me how to speak.
Members, one second. Honorable members, I give each one of you all the opportunity, and I will now recognize the leader of the house.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I was saying, before the member for Superior came in from her sojourn, you asked again to confirm whether this question was withdrawn. And the member for Oropuch East again said that the question was withdrawn. Unfortunately, Superior was not here. What aggression? Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I was saying, the member for Superior was not here, did not hear on the two occasions that the member for Oropuch East stated very clearly that he had withdrawn the question. Look him there, ask him, don't ask me. Look him there.
Oropuch East coming to take your wicket.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Oropuch East coming to take your wicket. Oropuch East coming to take your wicket.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Ruka Maloney must be reining.
What outburst is that for small pen? What for small pen? Small pen, what is that outburst about?
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Control of your
small pen? Senior counsel, what is that?
What your members doing?
Too aggressive.
You can't tell
what outburst is that small pen?
Members, leader of the house, again, members.
What is that outburst about small pen?
Members. Members, for the last time, members, please have your seats. And again, members, I will now call on the leader of the house for the adjournment. Proceed. Members, I have ruled. Okay? I have ruled. If at this late hour we would like to be treated like this, I so ruled. Leader of the house on the adjournment.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Don't tell me what to do. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Please, let's have the adjournment, at least in silence. I recognize the leader of the house.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.